All right, folks, welcome to YouTube. Man, oh man, this is like a whole new thing for me. I had to play with all my audio settings. They might be all like scuffed up and not working properly, so I hope this works okay. I won't really know until I go back and get to watch it. I did a couple of tests and I listened to it and it sounded pretty good, but we'll be sure once we get all the way through there. We're going to be talking to this very interesting individual by the name of Mythic Politics, which is why we're here on the YouTube. He's not an individual that shows his face on Twitch very frequently these days anymore. So we're going to be chatting with him. I don't know if you folks are familiar with the concept of street epistemology. Oh, DJ Cool. How you doing, my guy? Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. We're going to be talking with Mythic Politics about street epistemology, which I don't know if I've talked with you folks too much about. This is like a sort of a Socratic question asking method whereby we help someone to determine how they are sure what they are believing is true. And Mythic Politics, being the individual that he is and making the content that he likes to make, is wanting to apply this method to conspiracy theories. And so we're going to be chatting about this here and there just a little bit. And I'm, at this point waiting for a call from him. We're going to have that hopefully pop up here pretty soon. We'll get it all set up and everything. Like I said before, hopefully my audio is working properly because I'm not 100% certain on this new YouTube thing. I had to change a bunch of audio settings. To tell you the dadgum truth, I took my whole computer apart and changed a couple things around, put a new hard drive in here so I can do some other stuff because I'm trying to accomplish a couple missions. Couple of crazy missions indeed. And so yeah, I hope that my audio is working okay for you guys. Right now I'm trying to bring up a video about street epistemology. Let's do this one.
Hey, what's up?
I'll put it over
How are
here.
you?
Yeah, give me a second, Anthony. We'll talk about you in a second. So again, street epistemology is like this kind of a method, so to speak, of question asking, interacting with an idea. Originally, it was introduced in a book called Breaking an Atheist or Creating an Atheist or something like that. Anyway, this individual created this as like a framework to get someone to question their ideas of how they come to their beliefs in their faith. But then, later on, this other individual, Anthony Monabosco, Magna Bosco. I think that I'm saying his name right. He's got a YouTube channel here on the YouTube. I guess I could give you a link to his channel. But anyway, he's got a series of videos on his content now where he asks anybody about their belief system, and then he's established a Discord and then kind of been setting out guidelines for, okay, this is the methodology by which I'm conducting my interviews. And I started watching Anthony do his interviews, golly, probably 6 or 7 years ago, at least at this point. Maybe longer, maybe not, I'm not sure. And then participating in his Discord here and there. Again, he's created a very thriving Discord community. You'll see he has AirPods in his ears throughout the conversation, and this is because he's actually in a Discord theater room, and people are talking to him and whispering in his ears and things like that throughout the course of the call to not coach him through, but monitor how he's doing and kind of do the live stream without Twitch before Twitch was a thing, because he was never really doing this on Twitch. But he was in Discord talking to his friends throughout the day while he was hanging out. He's on a college campus, soaking up the free Wi-Fi from being a auditing student, at least, on the campus. And, chatting on Discord. So anyway, very interesting content about how to get someone to interact with things. Okay, let me see here. All right. Mythic Politics made me a beautiful picture. Oh man, I want to show it to all of you folks. Let me see how I can do this. I don't want to leak my DMs though. Here, we're gonna save the image. Aha! There you go. And then if I do this, and then I think it went here. Haha. There you go. That's the theme, I guess. Man, I like it. Look at my chart. I don't know who we're charting, but I'm gonna find them. Man, oh man. We'll see. I got good stuff. I got good stuff coming. All right, so Mythic will get to me, and we will get into that. But for now, I want to show you guys this content. Here, check this out. This is Anthony. He's going to be chatting with this guy. This is kind of a long 25-minute video, so we're going to speed him up just a little bit. But it's a little dense, so I don't want to go too fast. So we'll just go 1.25.
I'm doing interviews. I'm practicing street epistemology. Have you heard of it?
Kind of. Is it kind of like conversations and all that?
It's conversation, it's a dialogue. It's where the person who's conducting it uses questions to respectfully challenge your view that something is true.
You and me.
Yeah? How much time do you have?
I got time.
Okay. Can I ask you to stand over there?
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
I'm trying to record it if that's
Normally
okay.
they'll say that they're only looking for
Did you say
about
that you're
5
familiar with
minutes.
it a little bit?
Not really, but like I like it when people push me. It gets me thinking.
Yeah.
Gets my brain,
This definitely can get people's brains going. Do you mind if I record this?
Nah.
Okay. And I've got another camera up there that I think is still going from my last conversation.
No problem.
Looks like it is. Yeah. I appreciate you stopping.
Yeah.
Or at least coming up to see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
My name's Anthony, by the way.
Kevin, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Kevin. Topics can range from topic to topic. Ideally, though, it's something that you think is true to the point where you behave differently. The choice of clothing or jewelry that you put on might actually differ, or you might vote for this candidate because of her position on this topic.
So something that controls my morality? Not controls, but like in a sense.
It could possibly influence your morality. I'm looking for claims that you think are true to a certain degree that influence your behavior. You'll actually intervene in a situation because you think that person's just so mistaken on it or something, or you'll pray to a higher power because you're sure that that higher power is real.
Okay.
You'll arrange your furniture in your house because you're sure it's going to bring good vibes to you if you do that. That type of thing.
Okay.
Like
I
you're
understand.
invested enough in the position where you behave differently because of it.
Okay. You can ask me a few questions.
Well, I need a topic. So,
Okay.
and I'm doing the initiated version of.
Line. If you want to go religion,
We can go religion if you like.
got no problem.
Okay. What is your claim specifically that you would like to explore? If we can boil it down to a tweet, what is the fact claim that you tend to make?
Me, I think I'm an agnostic atheist.
You guys couldn't hear me for that.
Makes sense.
I can't move
Agnostic
the
atheist.
camera around.
Yeah.
I tried to move it
Huh.
around.
I don't
We'll
know,
hide it for you,
therefore-
DJ.
You know,
Yeah.
That's kind of like, therefore I don't believe because I don't know.
About a God. We're talking about God here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've met many agnostic atheists who have the cross of Jesus around their
I
neck.
like the story.
You like the story?
I used to be a Catholic, a Christian. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like, I don't see no reason why. Like, sometimes I wear like jewelry or like stuff like that, but like,
Huh.
I'm not against it. I
Okay.
mean,
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
On a scale from 0 to 100, how confident are you that the Christian God is real and true and exists? 100% would be, there's no question in my mind, there's no doubt. Just like Anthony is standing in front of me right now, I'm just as confident that this God is real. And 0% would be, all I have is questions, all I have is doubt. I don't have any certainty at all that this is factually true. Where would you
I don't.
put yourself?
I don't think there is a God in my subjective perspective.
Talking
I could
zero
be
God?
wrong. That's what you know what I mean. I could be wrong, but like from my opinion, I don't think there's no God.
So it'd be pretty low on that scale that I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay.
ridiculous. I
Did you
want to
ever
show you
think that
guys.
there was
You know
one?
what? Here, Schubert, you step
I
up.
was raised as a
can
Catholic,
sit on
so
my
like I was
shoulder
kind of
over
like
here.
toned into it, but like I didn't really
We're gonna
understand
bring them back.
Yeah.
what it was. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So like
I'll get
a
both.
few years, like
I totally
2
know what
years
you mean,
ago, I
'cause I
started
was-
questioning myself, and you know, led to this.
2 years ago, you started questioning yourself?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
Okay.
Not myself, but like
The claim.
the God. Yeah, the claim.
The claim.
I went to church.
Yeah, so he's
all
got
my
a
life.
cross
I went to
necklace on.
school. I did my communion
He's got a
for 2
camo
years.
hat.
I did my confirmation for 2 years, and after that, I kind of like, you know,
Okay. Is it possible that you discarded your view that there's a God for poor reasons?
what do you mean by poor reasons? Like, can you define? means what you?
That's a great question. When I say poor reasons, meaning reasons, that's a good question.
yeah. Yeah, like what do you mean? By
Reasons
poor?
that don't justify the move.
I mean, there's a lot. Well, like all of them are poor, in my opinion. That's why I'm an atheist, agnostic atheist.
The reasons for thinking that it's true are poor. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that why you're near a zero then? Because you
Somewhat,
you find
yeah.
the reasons that people give for thinking that it's true insufficient?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you mean like by poor reasons? Do you mean like information in the Bible that I don't agree with and I don't think it's true, or
No.
personal beliefs?
No. So what I meant by poor, like sometimes I meet people that don't believe in any gods, and they say, the reason why I'm at a 1% out of 100 that there's any gods is because my mother was really sick. I called out to God and she died. I would call that a poor reason. Like the God could still exist even though your mom died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm wondering is, did you abandon your view that there's a higher power for unjustifiable reasons?
Not really a big reason. I just kind of like, I can't explain it. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I think I hear you. I
Yeah.
mean, what you said earlier was that I look at all the reasons why people give for thinking that there's a God, and I don't find them sufficient
Yeah. I
to
don't-
arrive at that conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my stand.
What would move you from a zero?
Proof. Simple as that.
Proof.
Yeah. Just simple as that. There's none. So
Mm. There's a,
I just want. If there is proof, I just move. I got no problem.
what would be sufficient proof or sufficient evidence for you to move to a 10?
A factual, objective fact.
Like
I don't want it to be subjective. I don't want it to be like, oh, this is me. I felt that because
something that
a lot of people have feelings,
something that
and all the feelings are different.
yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean?
Something that other people can verify for
Yes,
you.
not just me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I met a woman the other day who said the reason why she thinks God is real is because her ankle was hurt. She hurt her ankle. She prayed to the God, and her ankle immediately got healed. It sounds like what you're saying is,
Signs, I don't know.
even if that happened to you, that wouldn't move you up.
No.
Other people would have to kind of.
Yeah, kind of like
Verify.
verify. Yeah.
Mhm.
Say I have some type of feeling. You know, everybody has feelings. You know.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean my feeling is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of thinking what question I should ask you next
Yeah.
here, so bear with me. But
No, that's fine.
as we're wrapping it up, do you have any questions for me? Do you want to know where I'm standing on this issue, or anything at all like that?
Yeah. What do you believe?
On the same claim of whether or not there's a God, I'm probably down there near you at the zero mark. I'm
Why?
around a 1
Why?
because the reasons
But
that
you're at a 1.
Mhm.
Why?
I'm with you at a 1.
Why a 1 though?
Why a 1?
Yes.
Because so many people think that it's true. Maybe there's something to it. And I think a 0 would mean that I'm not open to the possibility that I'm mistaken.
Yeah, but there's a reason why so many people think it's true. Because back then, Bible in the 18th century, 17th century, it just goes along. You know what I mean?
A lot of people believe that. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like people used to get sick and they used to like heal, and then they used to think it was God. I mean, rain. They thought it was like some type of God magic.
Yeah.
You know, we've
Yeah.
been realizing that it's, you know, it's just science.
I'm not at like a 99 or even 100 because the reasons that people give for thinking that there's a God, I find insufficient. Just like you. I look at them and I'm like, those are horrible reasons for thinking that this God is real.
Yeah.
So I'm down near a 1. I'm not at a 0.
And why though? Because of the reasons, right? You said, what reasons makes you go to a 1 and not a 0?
Well, number 1, I don't like to be dogmatic about anything, even the view that there's no God.
Okay.
And I
You
think
like to be open-minded?
yes. And I guess what I'm wondering, can a person who says that there's no God and they're a 0 on that scale be so close-minded that they would never?
See, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I think I'm in a 0, but I think I'm open-minded. You know what I mean? I don't know, like,
Can an open-minded person be absolutely sure that there's no God?
an open-minded person. It's no God.
Or let me reverse it. Can a person who is sure there's no God be
Open-minded?
still be open-minded?
Yeah. I think, yeah, but like, are you talking about, see, I'm, like, say, for example, I'm in a 0. See,
Mhm.
say I see proof, and I move to 100, isn't that open-minded?
If you're willing to
Yeah,
accept
isn't
new,
that- yeah, isn't
I think
that-
so. I think
So my issue kind of with this guy is that he appears to put himself into a position where he's got an absolute 0 and he's all like, no, there's absolutely nothing that I'm seeing and I need to see some sort of proof, and I go immediately from 0 to 100% based on proof that is presented to me. And Anthony kind of touches it just briefly for a second about the fact that, okay, so you have these experts that present information to you, and then based upon that only, like, you verify that it is true because these people are classified as experts. And I don't know that they dive nearly deeply enough into that, but he has this very like on-off switch type of reaction to new information that contradicts his like previous worldview, and he is uncomfortable with the cognitive dissonance that seems to occur when you are in a place of questioning and doubting, and he needs to be 100% certain either at 0% or at 100%. And maybe it's just like a difference of the way that he like chooses to express himself, like a difference in the words that he uses. But I'm kind of opposed to some of his framing in some of this regard. But here, let's let him go again.
I think open-mindedness means...
Like, I think I could be in a zero and still be open-minded. As long as I see facts, then I would just switch. I wouldn't mind. Like, I'm not against nothing. I just want facts, and I think I just go by the facts.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's considered open-minded.
If you're willing to entertain evidence that might show that you're mistaken, then I think that's the definition of being open-minded.
Yeah.
However, if I'm at a 0 and 100, am I saying I know that there's no God? I'm certain of it? And if somebody's certain of something...
Depends. Are you saying are you saying it's an objective fact or a subjective? There's a difference. I think it's subjective. Like,
your 0 is a subjective position on the claim.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
It depends.
Gotcha.
I think that's an open-minded.
Yeah.
That's where the open-minded comes
I got you. You're not objectively stating that it's factually true that there's no God.
That's why I'm agnostic.
Very good.
Atheist.
Yeah,
Agnostic atheist.
very good.
Yeah.
Good. Awesome, dude. Fantastic.
Yeah.
You know your shit.
I don't know.
No, you do, because these are complicated ideas, and a lot of people don't seem to have thought about it as clearly as maybe you have. That's good. I appreciate it.
This is that image
the
that Mythic
delineation
politics
between
sent.
agnostic and atheist.
I like it.
You know, like,
what do you guys
get
think?
it, so.
Here,
That's
check it
cool.
out.
Do you have any more questions for me?
No, do you?
Do I have more questions for you?
What do you
I
guys
don't
think
so.
about that?
Do you think? I actually do. I don't know. This is off
I
topic.
freaking I like
Do
the
you
board
think-
back behind it. I think
you
it's
being an
hilarious.
atheist, where do you get your morality from?
Where do I get my morality from? I get it from my culture and my upbringing.
This-
And
so,
and
do you think it's
well,
subjective?
I wasn't
or-
done yet.
Okay.
And my view that I want to try to minimize the most amount of suffering possible. I want to try to minimize pain. I want to minimize harm. And I suspect most other humans think the same way. That's kind of my position on
Do
morality.
you think it's objective?
No, it's subjective.
No, but you said well-being.
Yes, but people's concept of well-being varies, right? Like, it might be in my well-being to steal her backpack because I really am broke and I need some money. I got to feed my family. But from somebody else's perspective, that might be breaking the law, you know? So I think there's a subjective element to it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's just I've never seen someone think. Well, I never imagined someone think that morality is based on well-being, saying it's subjective.
Yeah, I think it's subjective. I think it's objectively true that humans evolved to avoid pain stimuli, and because of evolution, we're probably...
Instinct. Instinct. Are you talking about instinct? Like you just.
Yeah, exactly.
That hurts. I'm not
Like,
gonna do
you might have moved out of the sun, not even thinking about it, because you were getting uncomfortable with the rays hitting the back of your neck or something,
Yeah,
right? Like, it's something we're just doing innately. We're avoiding pain and we're seeking comfort.
This goes to another question. Do you believe in free will?
Ooh, damn, you're hitting me with some good ones.
Like you said, I just moved without like even
Can I
knowing.
revise your question a little bit? Are you asking me if I think free will is real?
Yes. Or is it?
If humans have the ability to have free will?
Yeah.
I
Do
don't
you think you have free will?
No, I don't think I have free will. Do you think you have free will? We agree on a lot of shit.
No. And even though if free will did exist, we still have no free will because we're like in the Bible it's saying we have free will, but like God has a plan. So if He has a plan, it's only one line.
Yeah.
There's no other way. So still
Right.
no, like you still don't got free will.
Exactly.
Even
So
though on the religious perspective, I don't know. That's just what I
if a
think.
God created us knowing exactly what we were going to do and that
Yeah.
we had no choice but to do it, well, not that.
Everywhere.
He knew what we were going to do in advance. Is
Yeah.
that really free will in
Knows the
His
future,
eyes?
so,
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I don't know. It's just see things like that I think about and there's contradictions.
Good thoughts. I'm still a little wondering though. Why you have the cross around your neck. You like the jewelry, or
That too. Yeah.
do you like the idea of people thinking that
I'm
you're a
not
Christian?
against it. No, I don't care what other people think. I don't know. It's just,
I don't think I've ever met an atheist who walks around with a cross around their neck.
really?
Yeah. Well, let me take that back. There might be some people who are pretending to believe because of
What
the.
if I wear a Spider-Man shirt? It doesn't exist, but I like it.
I don't know. I mean,
Santa Claus.
I'm not saying that you
Oh,
can't.
okay,
I'm not
okay.
saying that you can't wear that.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying
yeah.
that I find it unusual that you are.
Yeah. No, I
Would you show up tomorrow or next day at school with a Star of David around your neck?
a Star what?
The Star of David, the Jewish symbol.
I mean, I don't have any, so I only have this, and I bought this when I used to be a Christian. So
Okay.
I like the story. Like I
You like the stories?
Yeah, I like the.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. I like the fictional stories.
You like fictional stories. Okay. Oh, I see. You would just as equally wear a Spider-Man pendant around your neck.
Yeah, it's like.
I got you.
You
Okay.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
It's fake, but like you can still wear it. That's how my stance of it is. It's like it's not that deep in me.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But you're not the first to question me on that, so
And I probably won't be the last.
yeah.
Good. Yeah, when I see it, I'm thinking this is like a Bears fan walking around with like a Green Bay Packers jersey. That's kind of, but it's like they can certainly do that, and it might be an interesting. Maybe they like the colors of the jersey or something, or whatever. Yeah.
Do you have any more questions? I mean,
not really.
Deep questions.
Do we have any more questions? I don't. No.
No.
I don't think so. That was cool. Would you like a magnet so you can look in more on what I'm doing?
Yeah.
If you search for that on YouTube with my name Anthony, you'll see examples, and then I have a card with my email on it. If you want to meet again, or maybe you have a friend who you think could benefit from an exchange like this, maybe you're butting heads with them on certain topics.
Yeah, I have one here.
Okay, and then would you like one of these 3 pieces as a gift?
Yeah.
What color?
Blue.
Here you go.
Yeah, I have a friend. Me and him argue his stance on morality. My stance on morality. He thinks it's objective. I think it's subjective. Isn't that the argument though? Like.
All right, then they get into subjective and objective reality for a little minute, which, again, this is some interesting stuff. This is stuff that we talk about often, like, in our content, but, you know, I'm hoping to steer away from that as much as possible. That's something that we run into all the time. Let's watch this one.
Is that I would be less moral. I would act out in a less moral fashion.
Interesting.
If I discovered that I don't have good reason for thinking that God is
shield radiation thing.
I think that I would, yeah.
Here, let's back
what you're saying is that I would be less moral. I would act out in a less moral fashion if I discovered that I don't have good reason for thinking that God is real.
I think that I would, yeah. Yeah.
Are you one of those people that would be better off just going through life thinking that it's true and we should just stay away from you and not mess with you because...
Well, that might be why I think that, because I am one of those people. I don't know. I like to think that I'm not. I like to think that I'm rational and, you know, that I make good decisions, but who knows? I might be one of those guys who just, you know, has one screw loose or something.
But you have a friend to bounce these ideas off of, these questions.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Dadgum, that was damning. Holy Hannah, what a thing to say during an interview on YouTube. Anyway, let's watch him say more things like that.
I actually hit him up one day.
Yeah.
To meet you.
Or at the very least, turn him onto the channel where he can learn the method maybe and you can use it on each other when you guys make claims.
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right, dude. Well, thank you for stopping in the update. All right.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thanks for standing in too as that drum was heading over head. All right, later.
Okay.
Carry a heavy pair, you know. There's trade-offs.
I don't know what this is.
How are you? Good. How are you?
Next person comes
up?
up.
How much? What do you...
I'm doing interviews with people.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Have we chatted before? You look familiar.
Yeah, I think Jacob introduced me to you.
Jacob. Yeah. I just emailed him today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been trying to do a follow-up interview with him on camera, and he's elusive. He's hard. He's not replying to my emails anymore, and I'm not sure why, and I hope he doesn't feel bad about the conversation we had. And we've had subsequent conversations after the first one that we did, where he's come up and we've had these great discussions, but it wasn't video. It was simply just audio and me recording, just pointing down at the ground.
Okay.
But I'm hoping that he comes back and talks some more.
All right, well, next time I see him, I'll...
They still go here? Yeah, I haven't seen him since I've been coming back out here. Yeah. I hope he's not avoiding me. Yeah, if you see him, just tell him Anthony said hello.
Yeah, sure.
You know, I don't want him to feel pressure to do another talk, though.
Yeah.
But he's such an interesting guy, and he really seems to be thinking about the questions that I'm asking him. And it's neat to see somebody think with this approach. And I'd love to meet with him again.
Yeah, Jacob's got a lot of interesting things to say. He and I are becoming better friends.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. Did you say you don't believe in a God? I can't remember exactly.
I don't really like that question. I think I think a lot of people assume different things about that question.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think
terms are vague.
Yeah.
What does belief mean?
I think for most people's assumptions, I would answer it yes.
Okay.
But I do.
Okay.
But
based
I
on
think
the common assumptions people make when they're asked that question?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
What about you?
No.
No.
I don't believe in a God. Did you not watch the video that I did with Jacob?
No, he never sent it to me.
Oh, it's on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay,
it's
I guess
one of my favorite
politics
conversations
is
I've ever
live.
had.
On him
Yeah,
real quick.
which is why I want to do another follow-up with him.
Yeah.
Starting a video call now. Starting a video call now. Starting a video call now. Starting a video call.
Hello?
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
How you doing? I don't see you.
Uh-oh. Here, let me correct that issue. Is this better?
Yes.
Fandabulous. Issue corrected.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you this evening?
Very, very good. Okay. Oh, wait. This got crushed. I don't like that. We go through here. Oh, it's because I need to pop you out. Hold on just one second. That's why it didn't work. Okay, Discord pop out. Okay, so sorry for the late start. I'm very excited to be talking with you tonight.
No, it was quite all right. Gave me a little bit of time to go over a little bit of framework, let the folks at home know what we're talking about today, and go over a couple of examples. Playing out on some more traditional topics.
What are we talking about today?
So, from my understanding, you wanted to continue our conversation that we had the other day, I think in an off-stream space about street epistemology.
Yeah, so the working title that I have is belief is bad question mark, because in your Discord it says you think that people should get beat up if they say, elucidate their beliefs. What does it say?
Yeah, people should get beaten up for stating their beliefs. It's actually a song lyric.
Yeah, I could see how I could wait. Okay. Yeah. So I'm starting too many. It's like a multiverse is happening. There's too many little potential conversational
No,
tangents.
no, it's completely all right. And in the street epistemology universe, subjective reasoning is like extremely prevalent. Like we tend to be opposed to objective truth in the group, generally speaking. So that's kind of where that axiom, like, that's why I've applied it there. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you have that. So it's basically street epistemology. Now I have expressed some hesitancy with street epistemology in the back. For no other reason really than it's hard to articulate, other than I feel like there are times when people can have bad positions and can be good at answering questions with questions, and sort of shift the burden of proof upon you to talk about why it's bad that they're racist. You know what I mean? Which is sort of like which is sort of a frustrating thing. You know what I mean? And then also with Peter Boghossian, I believe his name is the Guide to Creating Skeptics, which a book I read. And then it's one of those deals where, with like most IDW books, intellectual dark web type people, the first two parts of the book are fine, and then the third is like usually a screed against everybody they dislike, and like why Marxists are terrible and feminists are fucking off base and everything like that. So I sort of walked away from it with like feeling weird about this guy and the application of sort of techniques that would facilitate his position, if that makes sense. Is that a common thing that you encounter when you say you're a street epistemologist, or do most people not even understand it? Oh, Julia Lee's in chat. This is somebody online. Who's a Twitch streamer, and then a raconteur, a provocateur, a birdman, a keyboard prototyper, I believe a trained anthropologist, and a sharp dressed person.
Yeah, no, I hang out in the political shit show. We do Twitch politics. I show up on a variety of panels. I host a number of panels as well. We talk about complicated topics like what exactly is toxic masculinity, who's doing it, and what should we do about it. We talk about cultural appropriation and the proper ways for society to integrate with one another. And then we talk about how the birds yell and the way that they do the things that they do from time to time. But yeah, no, we do street epistemology on occasion. That's kind of a community that I had spent some time in before I actually got into the business of actually turning cameras on and doing streams and whatnot. And it's kind of a... So, again, you're going to have to remind me, the author of the original book that did the initial mock-up to create the term street epistemology, his name again was?
I think it's Peter Boghossian.
Yes, Peter Boghossian. And I am familiar with the name. It does travel through the community most of the time, but usually in regard, like in the status of, or in the tense of people like disavowing him and trying to separate themselves from him as much as possible. Because there's another individual, Anthony Monobosco, who started a YouTube channel, I want to say back in like 2005, where he was going to university campuses and he was doing 5-minute interviews with people about like a belief that they held. Sometimes it was something spiritual or religious, sometimes it was something superstitious. And then more recently, like with COVID and everything, they started talking about vaccine mandates and a whole bunch of other things, which it was really fantastic to be able to ask these people, so why do you think this is bad for you? Why do you think these people are lying to you? And what kind of things would it take to prove things to you? And
Yeah.
uh, uh, he kind of built a different community and a methodology. And in kind of some of the instructions, there is this really big ethical point that they try to make, that we're not here to try to impose our ideas onto someone else. You're trying to facilitate a place for introspection, and then once you get someone to that point of introspection, like the innate response is going to be to try to speak, to fill that void, and to provide someone the idea, do the thinking for them, and you
Yeah.
have to stop yourself from doing that. That's a huge ethical concern in the practice, I think.
So basically, in a guide to creating atheists, Boghossian laid out, and I think correctly, there is an epistemology of belief, right? Or there's at some fundamental point, we all, like, the reason we have a belief in a thing is a sort of leap of faith in either the academic work or the people who would, there's some sort of trust factor, either in elites or the veracity of academia or some journalistic ethics or something. We tend to at one point just believe something we read in the New York Times, like, how do we know this isn't completely confabulated? How do we know this isn't completely off base? And it's like, okay, we you have to sort of put a trust in the rigid structures of editorialism and ethics or whatever. In academia, it's like, well, I have to trust that these 11 people who are circularly cited, the editor of the publisher, the people who overlook the data, are completely lying to us. There is a sort of a faith aspect to most belief, but I guess street epistemology is sort of getting into the nitty gritty where the rubber meets the road of somebody's reconciliations on why they believe a certain thing, and pointing out to the parts of it that are sort of unjustifiable, right? Is that sort of it? And then asking, what would it take for you to close this gap between these unjustifiable or maybe unprovable things you believe? And maybe is that sort of, is that how you would describe it?
So there, a lot of the practice, one of the big key things that we try to focus on is you want to use the interlocutor's words with them. You don't want to argue with them necessarily about what words mean. You don't want to hold them to things that they've said before. You want to move with their beliefs and their thought pattern as they're going. We're not trying to pin them down necessarily in anything that they're saying or really point anything out to them. Uh,
Yeah.
the base concept is kind of like there is inherently some level of value in stating someone's beliefs back to them.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you think that the earth is flat and that there's a giant light bulb in the sky that is rotating around the moon, and there's a wall of icebergs that are holding all the ocean in, and everybody is lying to it. How many people know about this exactly? And like just fleshing out, like, say it out loud, and by doing so it might get you to think a little bit more deeply about what you think about the situation, kind of thing.
What is epistemology?
So epistemology is how, like, the study of knowledge. So how you know things, how we come to know things.
Yeah.
And again, street epistemology kind of implies that it is done on the street, but one of the key components that Anthony Monabosco of the community is trying to espouse is this doesn't have to be on the street. We could do this digitally, and you could do this on the phone, and this could be done at the coffee table or at your next bridge club meeting or when you're talking to your parents. And, you know, it kind of changes the way that you approach information. It kind of affects the way that you tend to have conversations after you, like, spend a little bit of time with this framework of thought.
I looked at the epistemology Wikipedia because I felt like it's been a long time since I feel like this is an old stomping ground of mine in that the atheism community, our atheism, like the atheism YouTube community, which I feel like, I don't know, like I feel like most people were tied up in like the early aughts. But I was like definitely like four horsemen of the apocalypse, or the four horsemen of new atheism. I was definitely watching all those debates, like the Sam Harris, Hitchens, and the rest. I guess Lawrence Krauss and others, those Daniel Dennett, I guess, and others, other people like that.
Yeah, the whole skeptosphere from back in the day.
Yeah, and I feel like faith was a big thing, and I it still wrestles my jimmies when some people talk about faith like it's just a blind virtue, like it's just like an ontologically, like a metaphysical virtue that people have, like it's some, like they talk about it as it's a virtue in and of itself to believe in a thing that isn't true. That like somehow, they're going to be rewarded in the afterlife for being overly credulous over something, which is sort of like I've never been able to reconcile that. And I think the core of it is, I think a lot of the utility in the Boghossian and the street epistemology is just honing in on that factor, like getting people to understand in a Socratic dialogic fashion or whatever, in a Socratic fashion, by asking questions, getting them to articulate for themselves that there's beliefs that they have that they can't justify. And I think that that's the main thing. But looking at this epistemology page, it says number one, the debates in epistemology are generally clustered in around four areas: the philosophical analysis of the nature of knowledge and the conditions required for belief to constitute knowledge, such as truth and justification. I think that's the main thing. It's just like the justification for why we believe what we do. So, what's the difference in between, um, like believing a, so you and me, we read an article that says people should get, the FDA or CDC suggests that you get another booster shot, and let's say we're generally credulous of that. You know what I mean? Like, okay, that seems like fair enough. They probably they did some epidemiological thing, or why would that be more credible than a flat Earth belief on its face? Why is one more justifiable than the other?
So, again, I'm not typically inclined to make too many objective claims. And oftentimes, like, we try to ask people, okay, how do you come to believe what you do believe?
So
Oftentimes,
you don't think a CDC article is more believable than someone saying that the Earth is flat
so
objectively?
we're speaking sort of vaguely, and I'm trying to point out the fact that we are speaking sort of vaguely. Typically speaking, the things that someone might say to like support an argument saying that a CDC article has support is going to be like a what do they call it? Appeal to authority. They're going to reference the fact that there are these people with credibility and credentials. There is this system that does exist, but then we need to examine where these people might think that, okay, the system is corrupt in X, Y, and Z format. And again, as a street epistemologist, typically I need to reserve any of my own personal values or beliefs or like frameworks of how I form my epistemology, because I am trying to create a platform for the other person to examine theirs. And if I present mine in any way, it becomes confrontational
Okay.
or
Is there
oppositional.
a difference between an appeal to authority and a subject matter expert, or are those like, is one like a smaller subsect of the other?
So I think that the reason that we refer to someone as being an expert is that they have attained some level of authority on the subject. And so
Yeah.
anytime that we're looking at someone, like when we look at the CDC, like that means something. If we look at like the Russian equivalent to the CDC or the Chinese equivalent to the CDC, this may not have the same value, or the World Health Organization. And when we have contradictory reports from the CDC versus the WHO, like which one do we value higher or take more seriously? And you also have to like read into the context, and why are these people saying the things that they're saying, and what should we infer out of these things? And so how are we making that inference based on the multiple pieces of information that we're intaking?
So, one of the problems I have, so I elaborated a little bit. I don't know. There's another thing where, so I don't know where to go. So one of the hesitations that I've had, and it's hard to elaborate, and this is a very nuanced thing because it's not necessarily true, and it's not necessarily a problem with the modal of communication or whatever you call the the mechanism of elucidate whatever you would call street epistemology. I don't even know what you would call that the flow chart or dialogue tree or whatever it would be. Um, part of the issue I have is that there is in a Socratic line of questioning, there is something almost dynamically and arbitrary about the authority of the person posing coming from a position of knowledge and Socratically. Like it makes one sense, like if you're in a classroom learning law, it makes sense to have a Socratic dialogue with a professor who it is assumed is coming from a position of expertise and knowledge or whatever. But at that same time, when you're coming from a position where the conversation I sort of lean back to is the Vosh Professor Flowers debate on like black nationalism, where she had not worked out the dialogue tree of the topic matter, and he was coming from a place of ignorance, so the Socratic questions he was asking were off base, and sort of like she as a dialectic had to confabulate stuff that she wasn't quite prepared for. So the conversation, it's sort of like a conversational dialectic that happens from the premise of the question asked to you sort of wanting to, in an almost confrontational manner, answer it, so you sort of meet them halfway even if the premise is off. So in that way, when he was sort of, I don't want to say sea lining, but when he was posing these questions or Socratically asking questions to get her to elucidate other beliefs, he was missing the mark, and she was meeting him halfway, and it made the conversation weird, and it didn't really reconcile itself. So I would say that that's sort of an issue where if someone is ignorant of the topic, it's very hard to have a Socratic dialogue about it. Like this wouldn't work for necessarily everything, like some novel field or some whatever. Like you couldn't really do street epistemology with that. All you could really sort of do is articulate why a person had an issue with something.
I So I've watched a lot of people do street epistemology with one another, and then I've talked with a lot of people after they've done it about ways that things could have gone differently. I've never been bold enough to try to like throw my hat in the ring to like do the questioning portion of it. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, it's frightening to do the statement, the objective statement portion. Um, so you've got two different roles when we're practicing this, at least in the digital space, in this more modern version of street epistemology that I have associated myself with.
Mm.
You have one person that is your questioner, and then you have one person that is your stater. Like there's someone that makes a claim, an objective claim, and then there's someone that challenges the objective claim. And then you will have an audience that kind of watches this practice unfold. The person that is challenging the claim does not necessarily need to hold a claim that a view that opposes the other person's claim. Like this practice can be done like it's entirely a rhetorical practice, and they're trying to develop a bot that can use this method. There is and
I feel like the YouTube when you appeal, the appeal process for YouTube does do some sort of street epistemology. I feel like in that they don't ever actually articulate why what you did was bad. Just like various they point to various things to remedy your thing, which are circular in nature. So there is sort of like the excesses or some of the complaints that people have with like Socratic people who use the Socratic overly use the Socratic method. I feel like are best exemplified by YouTube. Continue. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, spoiler, a lot of people that practice street epistemology and are super into it are really big in the psychology field, and they kind of practice this more. And again, it has nothing so much to do with the context of what you say. You're kind of doing cut, copy, insert question like Mad Libs to like repeat back information and kind of just get someone to fill out paperwork. And therein doing it, they're going to create this loop that they kind of exist within. And then you kind of look at them at the end and you go, okay, do you see this loop that you went through? Isn't that interesting? And then
Yeah.
you don't necessarily comment on it after that or tell someone how to avoid the loop or anything else. You just let them go all the way around it, and you go, okay, did you have fun on the ride? Go get another ticket and you can come on again.
But I feel like that's not quite. So that may be like a psychological diagnostic thing
Okay.
for elucidating certain things, but that's not quite what street epistemology is, though, right? Street epistemology is sort of stated as a thing, or at least as I understand it, as outlined by Boghossian. It was a tool with which he could quickly get people to fucking self-describe the unjustifiable beliefs that they have. It was sort of a diagnostic to, as quickly as possible, get someone to realize that the places with which they have maybe have unfounded faith in certain aspects or belief systems.
So I don't disagree that Boghossian, when he was like authoring his original work, he had an objective goal of, I want to take Christians, I want to pwn them, I want to turn them into atheists, I'm going to title my book Creating Atheists, or whatever the heck it was. Like,
Something like that, yeah.
he's trying to, the idea of skepticism is not a bad thing. Interestingly, the content that we watched before you came to join us was, we were watching someone practice street epistemology on an atheist that was coming in and saying, okay, well, the only way that I could possibly believe in God is if I was shown proof. And so, okay, where is your belief value at this? How confident are you right now in like the idea that there is a God? 0% confidence. Like, there absolutely isn't a God. And what would change you from that? Well, if I saw proof. So I would go from 0 to 100. So he's not capable of nuance in this issue. In his belief, he's uncomfortable with the idea of like straddling the cognitive dissonance, and he can't like exist in this place where he doesn't have an absolute complete understanding of reality. And it's kind of interesting to look at someone like that as well, because I feel like that's kind of potentially just as damaging as someone that's devoutly religious in whatever way. Like, if someone is extremely devoutly, no, this is the way that things are, like, that's potentially just as harmful.
Yeah, but also, I'm, I don't know if it's a contrarian impulse, but like, for instance, like how somebody his it just shows like maybe his. I don't think that's very useful, other than discerning how staunch an atheist he is right now. For instance, like he's unable to articulate or sort of know how he would act to interstitial little points, inflection points of knowledge that he would get that would take him from the road of belief to non-belief to belief in a god. He can't really articulate because it comes from outside the mind, this proof, right? So like there is no like real proof that you could get, so you don't know, for instance, what the paradigm shifting thing that you would see is and how you would react to it, because it's a philosophical concept. You don't know. There's that. It's the impossibility of picturing a thing that's beyond your current paradigm, right? You can't picture yourself through the looking glass of this next paradigm that you're going to encounter, which would change a baseline axiomatic viewpoint that you have about the world. So I think that there's that. And also, I don't think that like when you ask an atheist, I think I would just loop and restate that same thing again in another way.
You're right, Saxon.
I don't think that people are good at predicting how they would react to stuff in general either. They're just sort of doing confabulations about how they currently feel and linearly extrapolating their viewpoint right now into the future. But if they would, in fact, if there was a series of incremental things that happened, he would already be moving from a 0 to a 1 to a 2 to a 3 to a 5. And there would be a gradient of belief that would happen that is outside and probably not akin to how he would reconciling himself believing that. If that makes sense. If that word cluster made any sense at all.
No, I follow most of where you're going with it. And I don't necessarily think that I disagree. Again, like, the typical method, you've got to remember that when this person approaches, there isn't necessarily like, hey, okay, I'm going to challenge you on this idea that you have. Like, someone comes with a claim and says, okay, well, I'm going to make an objective statement. And then the first goal and the first step in it is kind of, okay, we need to really clarify what exactly it is that you're saying, because like we need to take all of the theys out of it. We need to like find out the whens. We need to figure out like, okay, what exactly are you saying? When you say Jesus Christ is the Son of God, what does that mean to you exactly? When you tell me that Atlantis like sunk into the ocean, what are you talking about exactly? What is Atlantis? When did it sink into the ocean? What does sink into the ocean like? Okay, what is the thing? What would be the proof of it that we're looking for? And so you start with a claim, and then you dive into the why of like, okay, so what is it that you're claiming, and then why do you believe that this is the fact, and then finally you get down to like, how exactly do you form your opinions of what is and isn't the truth? Again, like the goal isn't necessarily to implant a different what into their mind. The goal is really to try to get them to examine the how of whatever it is that they're forming beliefs about. And as a result of that, you kind of introspectively start like viewing your own how in regard to other things.
I've seen what there was a thing where no, I have not really looked into like the ethics of psychology or therapy or whatever, but I feel like there have been moments where, and maybe this is self-aggrandizing sort of thing, or like a sort of a hyperbole by Boghossian, but when Boghossian talked about it, he talked about people being like just like sitting there stupefied as being, where they are now unable to reconcile their faith. They stood destroyed, butthole agape, stupefied. Now let's take that as true. Like some people were riveted and shook to their core and shook of their long-standing beliefs and values and virtues, that were all faith based, that are completely unchecked from childhood, faith based reconciliations for why God is real or whatever. And now, after a 5 minute conversation with Boghossian, maybe the smartest person on the planet, they now have been disabused of these knowledge or these things. If that were true, is that ethically okay to do from like a therapy, psychiatric, psychological side? Do you have some responsibility to give them coping mechanisms or something after ripping away like a crux, some sort of support net, some sort of mental support structure that they've worked up to reconcile themselves in the world? Is there would the street epistemologists, let's say, do they have some duty to help them cope with the earthquakes that they just caused?
Yeah, so there's yes, the short answer is definitely yes. There's definitely an ethical concern, and you have to be careful. And I don't like the framework of stripping away someone's framework, because really we're giving someone an opportunity to abandon their framework. And
Mm.
in the course of having these conversations, you're primarily trying to build genuine rapport. You're trying to make a friend. This isn't like a combative, like contentious conversation in
Mm.
any regards, or at least that's the goal of it. And again, one of the many reasons why I don't practice it, I'm a little bit too passionate for the practice. When you do this, you're trying to like maintain that genuine rapport, but also drive to an accurate depiction of like someone's values. So like you have a guided method that you're taking the conversation to. You're also trying to build this genuine rapport while you're doing it. So throughout the course of this, like when someone isn't willing to continue with the conversation, you're going to start to notice that they're becoming frustrated, they're becoming upset, they're feeling down, they're doubting, they're questioning, and you cannot possibly badger them, because literally you need to just give them a space. And maybe you need to ask them, hey, do you want to come back and think about this later? You need to give people the hey, like, it isn't important, you don't have to answer this right now. Like, this question doesn't matter. I don't need an answer about this. If you want to go and come back to me later on with an answer, or if you change your mind later and you want to come back and tell me what you actually think, like, here's my email address, shoot me a Discord thing. Like, I'm always open to hearing you talk more about this. And I do think that there is some like necessity to like always put someone in a safe space to be like, hey, look, I'm not going to like clip and ship you and then try to get you canceled as a result of this conversation. And if you want to come back 5 minutes later and be like, hey, you know what, I thought about that a little bit more and I've decided that I don't like that because it kind of makes me come across as X, Y, and Z, and I kind of feel a little bit more like this. Like, you need to both be open to that change from the person, and you need to express to them that, like, that's the ultimate goal. Like, you don't have to like fight for your values, so to speak. Like, I'm not challenging you.
Why are beliefs bad?
Why are beliefs bad? So when someone is extremely staunch in their like beliefs, they're extremely impassioned, they are driven to extreme acts of like whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish, they start disregarding like other things that if they were in a more rational state of mind they would be more cognizant of, and they take extreme action. I mean, I feel like these extreme beliefs, these extreme passions are the reason that we see school shootings and we see riots and we see massive protests, rather than like people spending the time to focus on, okay, where is the right spot to poke this to make the entire thing fall apart. People are just like flailing like against the wall with all of this passion and rage and expecting the passion alone to be able to do the thing. Like, you have to take that passion and then you have to like talk to other people and be like, okay, what do we do about this? And oftentimes I found that once you talk to people enough, like, you kind of mellow out and you go, oh, wait a minute, there were a lot of things I wasn't taking into consideration in this.
So, but that so because there's extreme beliefs or fanatic adherence to beliefs, that makes it naturally follow that people shouldn't have any beliefs. But isn't the idea that beliefs are bad a belief? Isn't that a self-fulfilling thing, which would make yourself have to punch yourself in the stomach for having stated that belief?
I wouldn't necessarily even say that beliefs are bad. I would say that beliefs should be questioned.
Mm. Yeah.
Like all beliefs should be questioned, and it is an axiomatic statement. That's kind of the irony, and why like that's such an important like fact in my community, or that statement in my community. Like, we use it in a couple of different frameworks. We also have like a set of guidelines for how we handle ourselves in voice chat called the voice chat etiquette chat rules. And rule 7 in the etiquette chat rules is, if you think you're right, you're probably wrong. And so we make the same statement in a couple of different ways in a couple of different places at different times, because again, as soon as you start getting passionate enough about something, there's something that happens where your ears quit working, your brain quits functioning a little bit, and like when you calm down, you come back to it a little bit later, you're able to see a little bit more of the nuance in a situation, like on a small scale, but then also on a larger scale. If you go find people that are like extremely staunchly opposed to the way that you feel, and then like completely understand their perspective, like from the most steelman position possible, it will often like give you a little bit more to reflect on your own position about.
You can't think of things that are objectively true and are objectively correct.
So I can think of things that we can presume with an extremely high likelihood are probably true in almost every situation, or will continue to be true for a very long time. But I don't think, like, we have to define what we mean by true exactly.
Yeah. So I like, for instance, without beating around the bush. So if I'm talking with the racist who doesn't believe that black people are as good as white people, I feel pretty confident coming from a contrary point on that, and saying no. I can say just from a virtue or a value standpoint that black people are as good as white people, and I don't know how positive it would be to try to add nuance to that conversation. I don't know how, like, you know what I mean. Like, so there's some things where it's sort of like, yes, I can articulate or I could see the value of like when you're talking about like policies or this or that, where it's good to get into the nitty gritty of the nuance. But when you're sort of debating and giving and getting into the nuance of like race realism, I don't know how productive the conversation is, especially when it's from a virtue standpoint, like dog shit. So I don't. I feel like in that case, like if I was but maybe there are other frame sets of street epistemology which dictate like let's not get into the nitty gritty on this or whatever. I don't know. How would you encounter that conversation where I'm saying how would you disabuse me of the notion that black people are just as good as white people, if not better, let's say.
So let me approach this a little bit differently, and I'm going to give you a word salad, and then I'll answer your question at the end.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, so I'm typically extremely like anti deplatforming. I'm typically against banning people's accounts, taking people's platforms away, because I think that you chase people into corners when you're not willing to engage with people, and you give them like this false sense of I'm right, and they're too afraid to talk to me because they know that I'm right. And so I don't like to deplatform people typically, and I will engage with people in these conversations in more private settings, because I think that it is extremely important to talk these people down and talk them out of their values and their beliefs.
Yeah.
From a street epistemology methodology, again, I would not be able to express my own values as much as I would feel the need to explain to this person that he is a moron. I would be forced to ask him, how do you come to that opinion? Why do you think that? Like, now
Yeah.
that you've made the claim that I think that these people are better than those people, I first need to very, very clearly find out who exactly do you mean by these people and who exactly do you mean by those people. So we're excluding these people, we're excluding those people. It's just this particular group and this particular group, right? Okay, now that we very clearly defined exactly what it is that you're saying to me, why do you think that? And then the next question after that is, what information could you be given that might change your belief in some way, one way or another, to approach this from a different way? Not that I even want to change your belief, and I'm not going to give you any facts or stats or anything. What kind of stats would you need to see to feel differently about this? And you are trying to get them to examine like where they're coming from, because if they tell me, okay, so it's all about skull shape, and then I go, okay, so if I did like some measurements on someone's skull and it turns out that they are supposed to be really smart but they were actually really dumb, like, how would that change your values about this? And I go, well, that's an anomaly. And I go, okay, so does skull shape actually have anything to do with this? Or is that just something that you're telling me? So if you were going to throw the skull shape thing out, because if that doesn't matter, what is it that does matter? And we keep diving into, so what is it that's giving you this opinion?
Yeah, but like let's say this is not I don't know if it's, for instance, I don't know if this is even a valid exercise, because I don't know, like for instance, when street epistemology happens, but like for instance, I've taken some like classes on law, and there seems to be, in the Socratic method, there seems to be value placed on being able to rhetorically parse given scenarios. So I don't know if like you would come from a scenario like this from a street epistemology standpoint, but I could see like for instance, if the statement that I'm making is that I think black people are as valid as white people, is there value in the rhetoric or in challenging that objective position as stated? You know what I mean? If the goals of street epistemology are not, disabusing someone of a bad take or whatever, but just sort of challenging somebody's objective reasons and like getting them to look at the how and the why or the justification for their belief or whatever, if that's like the goal of it, then is there value in disabusing someone of a very popular and probably virtuously virtuous position?
Yeah, there is certainly no obligation on the part of the street epistemologist to like try to challenge somebody on a virtuous position or on any position necessarily. Like I've had people come up and be like, "Oh, okay, well I am the one true God. Like I am a reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Like do you want to talk with me about that?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, that's really interesting. That's cool. Tell me a couple of stories about that real quick." No, I really don't want to engage with you on that at all, actually. No, I don't even actually want to hear those stories that I just mentioned. Get out of here. Just go away. You're a crazy person. Please don't stab me.
No.
Like, there is value in the practice of getting someone to examine their like the way that they're forming their understanding. So a lot of times people that are doing street epistemology in public, most of the conversations that they tend to have tend to be in like religious nature, and there tend to be a lot of Christians that come up and ask questions. There are more and more people that are not Christians that are coming up and having these conversations. But when these people do come up and ask these questions, like it's essentially like an attempt to examine how you are forming your beliefs. So if you were to, okay, so we could even philosophically do the one that you said, and to say, is there value in doing it? Like, not necessarily. And you don't have to engage with someone in any topic that they bring to you, but you can potentially. The value in doing this with any topic is potentially giving someone an opportunity to look at how they are forming their beliefs. And again, if they get to the end of it and they go, okay, yeah, I think that I'm holding my beliefs for a very good reason, and then I can go, okay, yeah, I agree that you're holding your values for a very good reason, and we can walk away with no one's values changing. But going through the practice of examining how you do it, like introspection is always a good thing, even if nothing changes at the end of it.
Yeah. So, a follow-up question: if I was a bird, what kind of bird would I be? Given my current composition, hair structure, coloring, maybe.
So I do know for a fact that I do hear a number of people say cockatiel, but I think that you're a little bit bigger than that. I'd give you a full cockatoo. I've heard you go a little bit rage mode a number of times, and I think that you get that mode. Have you seen those birds throwing cups around and chasing like pit bulls around and stuff?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, cockatoos will learn how to bark like a dog and meow like a cat, and they can hold their own with full-grown cats and dogs.
Yeah, they're the ones I have seen. I have seen birds meowing. They were white, so I didn't really put it together. So I guess
Big white birds with a yellow thing on the top of their head. Yeah, I guess it is kind of descriptive of you a little bit. So yeah, cockatoo.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So what are so now how could is street epistemology useful for navigating like as a heuristic or a diagnostic measure or a dialogue tree in parsing conspiracism, navigating talks with conspiracy theorists, or analyzing one's own unepistemologically crippled beliefs?
So I have had a number of conversations with conspiracy theorists, and I have used street epistemology. And to tell you the truth, like trying to have conversations with people that believe conspiracy theories was one of the inciting factors for me to like really dive into trying to learn how to do this practice. And then I later realized that there are complications with it due to the nature of the way that most people interact with conspiracy theories that make it more difficult, because conspiracy theorists don't like to make objective claims. They like to ask questions and then allude to statements and try to encourage someone else to make the claim. And as a street epistemologist who is opposed to making any sort of claims, a conspiracy theorist is going to sit there and like ramble at me for like 45 minutes and show me a bunch of evidence and go, so what does that tell you? So what does that tell you? And I'm going to go, that you ramble a lot. And then that's where that's going to end.
they do like a syllogism where they do premise one, premise two, and then they, instead of stating the conclusion, they shift the onus to you. It's like premise one, premise two. So what do you think? And
Right.
then you're like, okay. And then so then you loop, and then you loop in the conversation because you don't want to give them the conclusion that they want. And then you're asking a question, and then that offers them a chance to do another premise, and then shift the onus onto you. I think that is pretty formulaic of how a conversation with the conspiracist goes.
So I've referenced this kind of pyramid, and I haven't brought up the image or shown you the image, and I'm not going to. But when I practice street epistemology, I think of this graphic.
Is there an I? Is there an I in it?
No, there is not. Well, the I is the me involved in this whole situation because, as you know, I am part of the Illuminati, but we'll talk about that in a later stream. But when I am practicing street epistemology, when people practice street epistemology, when I think about street epistemology, there is an image that I think of frequently that involves a pyramid. At the top of the pyramid, you have the what. Underneath the pyramid, where it's a little bit broader, you have the why, and then down at the base of the pyramid, you have the how. And again, there is building a genuine rapport, and then there is driving to like foundational understanding. And these kind of ideas, it kind of forms the pyramid when you draw the little images out. You're trying to get down to the how. Typically speaking, we focus on the what, then we focus on the why. Okay? Conspiracy theorists, they don't like to say what the what is. They like to talk a whole lot about the why all of these things are happening. So we're going to skip both of those. We're going to go straight to the how. So
what do you call this? What do you call the what, why, how thing?
I'm not sure if it has a name necessarily.
That is a very interesting thing, and I feel like that's true. For instance, I don't know if you were part of the conversation where we were parsing with Travis the Flat Earther, but my rhetorical strat was I was like, okay, everybody else was challenging him on all his beliefs about like what was doing and why they were doing it, and I really wanted to focus on the how. It's like, okay, how do the Jesuits and the Nazis via NASA tell the tell the school boards what to put in the books? How do like literally what is the political mechanism by which that they do this? And then he was like stammering. He's like, well, I've never really thought about that. I was like, yeah, like tell me, like how is this made manifest?
Well, not even like how is this enacted, because that is a good one, and that definitely gets people to look at the, oh my gosh, this doesn't make sense. The better question that I'm playing with lately is to ask people, okay, do you believe in Bigfoot? Do you believe in the flat earth? Do you believe in this other conspiracy? How do you determine which one of these things you actually believe in? Which ones do you put value in and which ones do you not put value in? Is the Loch Ness Monster real? Why or why not? And why is this any different than the thing that you're talking about?
How is that how do those questions reconcile themselves with the what, why, how pyramid?
So it's down at the bottom of the how. How are we discerning which things we find to be believable? Like, how do we build the credibility into these things? We don't believe in Bigfoot because it's a bunch of crazy people. We don't have any like photographic evidence of it. We don't have enough articles about it. There isn't enough research into it. Like, what is it that we need that makes one of these things credible and not?
Yeah. So, but that goes back to like the epistemology of belief. So we're back to
that's the goal.
Yeah. So we're doing, so now it's okay. So I like the what, why, how pyramid. I'm not sure. I'm sure. Like I'd be interested in the fact that any resources you have to that or any.
So
like,
yeah, it's again the what, why, how. The what again is what is the statement that you're making to me?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the why is like, why do you believe that this particular statement is the truth? Okay, so technically, like, how are these people communicating the way that you were referencing is part of the why. Like, yeah. I believe this because this is how all of these things are happening, and you get caught up in the why with all of the like, which ways are these things being enacted, and like, anyway, then you get down to the how underneath it, which is like, if we got a new book to the Bible that we found that was written in Matthew's original hand that said things went this other way and there was a whole new chapter at the end, would you believe that that was true? Uh, would adding like, how old does the information need to be for it to be true, or how many doctors need to come out and say that this is good for you, how many doctors need to come out and say that this is bad for you to change your mind, um, this kind of thing. Like, and we get a lot of political stuff where, okay, if a Republican were to tell me this, okay, well, if I got 3 Republicans that said this, would that be no, I need 10 Republicans. Okay, so if we had 10 Republicans and they all came out and they made a press statement, well, no, they'd be part of the deep state. Okay, so how many people do we need to get to be a part of the thing that you're saying? And that's kind of more of what we're trying to talk about when we're talking about the how.
So this the what, why, how is more of a sort of a it's not necessarily like a diagnostic method or whatever. It's more of a way for you to reconcile the data that you're hearing from someone, right? To sort of poke at or inform the sort of follow up question. But it's not necessarily like a diagnostic in and of itself for what the inputs from them.
So yeah, it's more of a roadmap that we use throughout the course of the conversation to try to get to the destination that the goal is, which again, we want to explore how people are forming their beliefs and get them to examine their epistemology and how they're forming their understandings of reality. So you start out with what is your claim, and you have to completely and fully flesh that out as much as possible so that there's absolute clarity in that, and people can go back to their claim and they can adjust their claim as we're talking about the why. And then once you get through the why, we want to start asking questions about, okay, how can we change this belief? How is this belief like informed in the first place?
I think you're full of shit. I think that
Valid.
there is a positive belief of street epistemologists, and that is having as few epistemologically crippled beliefs as possible is better. And I think that you're not wanting to state that for because that's an objective position. It would open up a whole can of worms that you would have to reconcile every day. That it's a better to believe things that are more based in reality than not. But you're not owning that because you're one of these philosophical cowards. What do you think about that?
So I believe in extremely subjective reality. Like, I think that I form my own opinion of reality, and just because I believe something is true, or that I find 10 people that all agree with me that something is true, that doesn't necessarily make the thing more true. That just means that I have a larger consensus of people that all agree that something is true. I think that I can get to the point where I can, like, have 99% of the population all say something is true, or even have 100% of the population say something is true, and then we can say that it is more true, but just more people believe that it is true at the end of the day.
Yes. Yeah, but and it also depends on why they're saying that it's true. Is it because some sort of um yeah, I believe that there is an objective reality, like a big O, big R, a big O, like there's a capital T truth. I believe in an objective reality. I do not have perfect faith in our ability to perfectly reconcile it. And as such, I believe that there's values in the modals of peer review and the scientific method to sort of hone in a sort of a cybernetic way almost to algorithmically parse or with other sensory data, like for instance, like with like camera lenses that can see other parts of the infrared spectrum or the ultraviolet, whatever, more of the light spectrum, or things that are can more perfectly reconcile like ambient moisture and other like sense touch data. I believe that in going for, although all limited in the mind of humans who are corrupted in their ability to perfectly reconcile things anyways. However, I think that we can get almost ultra human objective reality that is more substantiatable than just sort of like innate specious like commonsensical things that people sort of land to and feel true to people. I think those are two different things. And irrespective of how many of the people of the population believe a thing, if they believe it because it's uh, part of like a derivative of scientific investigations or scientific modalities, I think that it is more valid in that sense. And I forget why we were talking about this. I think we're talking about
You accused me of being in bad faith, and
yeah.
for you made the statement that you
Oh
think
yeah,
that
yeah.
street epistemologists value epistemologically founded statements or
Yes.
beliefs, and that we're
They
not willing to say
value
it.
yeah.
And my honest to gosh response to that is that as a result of examining my own beliefs and values epistemologically, I've actually found that none of them are epistemologically founded, just like everybody else's values and beliefs. No one's values and beliefs are well epistemologically founded, and everything falls apart if I take someone down to their like metaphysical, like ethical foundations of things,
Yeah.
and it all becomes kind of subjective at the end of the day, and we all just kind of go, we all agree that murdering people is bad, right? Right? Anybody disagree with that? Get him, guys!
Well, yes, there there's an epistemological bubble, and not unlike like two atoms that'll never actually touch, or like the subatomic particles in an atom that don't actually but have the illusion of being concrete and cohesive and touching and being one coherent unit. When you zoom in on that, there's space there. There's a gap. And there's always going to be an epistemological gap between what is like real or fact or scientifically accurate or whatever. There's even behind the veneer of yes, this thing is true, TM, copyright. When you zoom in on that, there's contention and discussion in this the academic citations of that. You can go to like on any topic, go to Google Scholar, and there's like the smartest people in the room are having very like internecine conversations about that topic, and there's or whatever, even though as solid a front as science promotes to the public for their own benefit, there's always doubt behind the scene, or not necessarily doubt. There's contention about where the lines are. There's contentions about the shape of a thing. There's contentions about blah, 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 blah. And then all those other things are sort of, it's a can kick down the road by saying like why do we believe this thing? Oh, because the academics say it. Why do the academics say it? Oh, because the researchers say it. Why do the researchers say it? Oh, because the people who come up with this methodology for gauging the temperatures say their standards are up to stuff. So there's all these leaps to we're taking everybody at their word that this fact TM is not purely confabulated, and there was some sort of logical process by which we got it. And I think that's ultimately true. But at the same time, the people who thought that the Earth was at the center of the universe, it probably had a dialogue tree which sort of proved why that was like ontologically correct at some point, and it was just our reconciliation on that was the best meta at the time for reconciling the truth. So that became the big T truth. So there's always going to be a leap of faith with any sort of knowledge or factoid or any little bit of a little bit of truth that you encounter in the world. There's always going to be some sort of faith attribute to it. But I think that it's true that some things are way more justifiable as far as a belief as others, and that by and large, if you have fewer things, fewer big staggering chasms of epistemologically crippled things, your reconciliation of the world is going to be better. And I'm willing to say it. Believing things that are more justifiable is better, I think.
So
How would you disabuse me of that?
I don't necessarily disagree with you on a personal level. So the way that I would practice the street epistemology on you is I'd have to ask you for a TLDR because you gave me too long of a thing. We need to shorten your objective statement to a little bit shorter of a thing.
Okay.
So I think that it was epistemologically founded values are better in some way?
Yeah, I think that if it's better if most of your beliefs are justifiable.
Okay. Justifiable to who?
Flat earthers.
Okay, so it's better if your values are justifiable to flat earthers. I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know.
that's
Yeah,
that's a,
yeah.
so again, like if I find myself,
I immediately get so frustrated with that justifiable to who. It's like fuck. Like I immediately get so far. Like if I encountered a street epistemologist like on the street, I would probably just walk the other direction.
right?
I
And
hate parsing these conversations. I hate it because like it's like what do you be like? What do you mean? So now I have to okay.
so
It's like
like
to who?
subjective ethics, like yeah, so like we are trying to justify it to the greater whole. We have a group of people that we have determined are sane. And again, I'm not supposed to do this in street epistemology. I'm not supposed to
Is
pontificate at all.
the greatest whole like starting with a W or starting with an H?
Oh, greater whole with a
Okay.
W. Like there is like a group of people, like the society that you and I are both members in because we're communicating currently, so we obviously share some sort of society. There is some larger in-group that we are both a part of and that our audience is also a part of. And like there is an inner group of these people that are the sane ones or the smart ones or the ones that know what they're talking about. And like we can make the assumption that like all of these people agree about that thing, and we can essentially say that like those people just like it is justifiable to them, or it is justifiable to the greatest number of people. But
Yeah.
again, if I can justify to a bunch of people that the election was stolen, does that make it true? All of a sudden, just because a bunch of people are willing to believe it or believe that I have a good reason for believing it? And not necessarily, and it does have something to do with the authority of the people that are actually saying it, but that comes down to my own epistemology of how I determine what actually happened at the election.
I think there's different types of true too. Like for instance, like I think most conspiracy theories are true in that people believe them. A lot of people have earnest beliefs in them, and those are in fact little bits of narrative meta or narrative tropes that you see floating around in the webosphere about things. So it's true, like there is an atomic weight to that belief. But whether that belief being a thing substantiates or indicates some other largely under like that as an abstract or a narrative indicates that is fleshed out as people orchestrating it in doing overtly physical things and blah 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 blah, whether that's the case or not. But I do think that there is a different type of truth, and there's whether there's I don't know. What is that? Is there anything about that? Like, how do you reconcile different types of truth? Things that are subjectively true to people versus things that are objectively true, opinion wise to the larger community. Is that just the same rehashed subjectivity argument?
I kind of think so. So things that you touched on throughout the course of that like reminds me of my Luke Skywalker preface that Luke Skywalker is real. I know all about Luke Skywalker. I can tell you all about his life. I can tell you the things that Luke Skywalker would have done. We can talk about where he was born and how he lived and all of the like messages of his life. And then if I were to tell you about the time that Luke Skywalker fixed up a Volkswagen van, like it makes everybody raise their eyebrow, go, no, that couldn't happen. That didn't happen. That's not true. That's not possible. And we're playing with the idea that first off, Luke Skywalker is a fictional character, and then second off, why couldn't Luke Skywalker fix a Volkswagen bus? Or how could he? And yeah, there are things that
I thought you were going to tell me for some reason that there is canon, that there's like a comic book or something of Star Wars where he was in fact fixing like a Volkswagen or something like that, like an Easter egg.
I wouldn't imagine, like it wouldn't surprise me, but no, not to my knowledge. I guess fact is though that like there is this sense that all of the real Star Wars fans would see this as blasphemy. Like the thing with Han shooting first. This isn't the way that it actually happened. But in whose opinion? The actual creator said that, well, I wanted to change it. The fans said, we preferred it this way. Kids growing up today that never saw the original version have never questioned it. They think that it's this one particular way. And then there's some guy that's sitting over there going, you know that Han Solo's not a real person, right? Nobody shot any time. And, like,
Yeah.
there's
And I guess all are correct.
yeah, there
Right?
is some subjectivity to it, but again, all of these things are small t true or big T true, technically. Like, they are objective or factually, like, actually true, each one of these people.
So how would you? So what I'm getting, from you is that street epistemology per se. So is probably not super useful to reconciling and parsing interpersonal. And so speak to me a little bit before we go. So like, because it seems like there's ethical concerns stated before about why you would not use street epistemology on like someone like in your actual life, like a family member or whatever. Didn't you? I believe
I
that
use
we
it
had.
on my family members all the time.
Oh, okay.
I use it
All right.
like in every conversation that I have constantly, and I can't turn it off. But I don't.
Hmm.
I very rarely actually like set it up and officially go, okay, here's my little table and my stand and my sign, and I'm going to do it. Okay, do you have 5 minutes
Yeah.
to have a conversation about one of your personal value? Like, no. But
Okay.
anytime that
Yeah.
someone makes an objective claim to me, it makes me like my hairs stand up, and I go, okay, what is your claim exactly? And why do you believe that that's how? Why do you think that? Okay, how do you come to that? Like, and sometimes I'm tired, or sometimes if I think that I'm gonna hurt somebody by like challenging them on a thing, or like this might damage our relationship because like this person's really attached to their belief in like the moon Nazis, like I'm not gonna like try to dissuade them from it. Whatever it
Yeah.
is, you know what I mean?
There is that feeling um where I do not want to disabuse, like for instance the positive belief that someone might have that Antarctica is the entrance to the Hollow Earth, and that there's Nazi UFOs flying in and out to the transporting Nazis in between the Hollow Earth and their moon base. I do not want to disabuse someone of that notion, and they're like beautiful. It's like seeing a unicorn. Someone who has somebody in the 21st century who's able to have that viewpoint and like perfectly insulated. You almost don't want to obstruct it. I don't
So
want to.
yeah, let me give you another example. You remember a recent conversation we had? There was an individual in your community, I think his name was Mounty, something like this, that was having a grand
Yeah.
old time. There were some other people, they were hanging out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I committed a conversational faux pas in some people's opinions because he made a statement about something about being a black nationalist, I think. And then I think that I followed it up by asking him, well, what do you mean black people? What nation? What are you talking about exactly? This was my attempt to approach this from a street epistemological standpoint of, please tell me what your claim is exactly. Don't just like hold up your label and expect me to punch you in the face as a result of that. Because when I look at your sign, I go, okay, what does that say? What does that mean to you exactly? Can you explain what it is that you're talking about? And then we can examine each of the individual facets that you want to present to me.
I think you said something like, "Okay, so where is the black nation?"
Yeah. Like,
You said something
which,
like
which,
that.
which, what, yeah, I don't know. Like, we need to define exactly, like, this is something that came up in the cultural appropriation conversation. Like, who are the people that get to choose what is and isn't appropriate and is and isn't acceptable? There is a certain, I forget the term, but like when we get to a certain number of people that are saying the same thing, like
Critical
that
mass,
critical
tipping
mass,
point.
yeah, we get to a tipping point at some point, and there are enough people that are saying that this is the way that it is, and then this becomes the way that it is now, at least socially acceptable in most of the little like echo chambers that are all bouncing around like the universe that we exist in now. And it's kind of a subjective thing at some point, in that like this idea just gets put out there, it gets shared around, and then people run with it.
Yeah. So I think so. How is is street epistemology useful for parsing, let's say, like my let's say let's create a philosophical zombie, my father who's a QAnoner.
Sure.
Is it useful? Is street epistemology useful for that, or is street epistemology a useful dialogic heuristic thing that will allow me to see the picadillos and sort of trappings in conversing with somebody who's making hard, objective statements of belief that are probably not super reconcilable by what most of us would agree is like true. So is it street epistemology useful in its own right against that, or is it just sort of a training methodology to have a more deeper, meaningful conversation with somebody who believes things that we would reconcile aren't probably true?
So it can be a good tool. You need to kind of look at the framework of individual conversations, and street epistemology is a tool that goes into your conversational toolkit. You use different tools at different times, and when you watch people practicing street epistemology, it's going to kind of give you ideas for questions that you can ask when you hear different things. So it is potentially sometimes a good thing. Sometimes people are saying things to try to get a rise out of you. They're not really interested in examining their own like worldview. I interact with a number of people that don't value introspection at all, and they're not interested in looking at the epistemology of their values. And even by questioning some of these things, you are confronting them, and they actually start painting you as, oh, well, you think this and you think that and you think this. And it's important to try to remember in your own framework that, hey, no, I'm asking for clarity as to what it is that you're saying exactly so that I could better understand. I'm not making any claims about what I think about any of these things. And it kind of creates a space where you're giving them a platform to express their values and be heard. A lot of times these people feel like they are not heard. They feel like people don't understand. They're not willing to try to understand. So you give them a place to try to understand, and then at the end of this, you're going to find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, well, no, I have like a little bit of a question. Like, I understand how you have come to this conclusion so far. Like, you've laid this out, like from 5-year-old all the way up to where you're at. What about this piece? And it just gives you a new tool for how to potentially approach these conversations. So it does change your framework. Using these tools in conversation sometimes can help you in your techniques. But yeah, no, I don't necessarily know if I'd recommend like sitting down with some theoretical QAnoner and being like, "Hi there, can I challenge your beliefs on your?" Because they're just going to punch you in the nose for being part of the Illuminati, you know.
Yeah, questioning facts in some ways is a slippery slope to being a pedo enabler. You know what I mean?
I
Like
mean, yeah.
asking for justification for stated beliefs is basically akin to being an unindicted co-conspirator in a pedo ring. And I think that they're right about that.
You know, it's a very complicated thing, and it's very difficult to have these conversations. I have someone that's near and dear to me in my own personal life that I struggle with these same conversations, and I really wish that I had like the skeleton key to unlock the radical extremists. But like,
Don't you have that though?
the
If you don't have
method
that,
the method that I'm working on now is a radical understanding, where I'm trying to give people a platform to completely be understood, and again, to try to avoid making any of my own claims, but rather to try to elucidate people to additional details that I might see once they have completely expressed their opinion to me, their perspective to me.
so you're looking so you're working on a thing now that is not necessarily street epistemology, but it's a different dialogic dialogue tree that is ultimately diagnostic, in that once it you run through the conversational algorithm, you're able to purely identify, hopefully, their ideology and belief.
So I have been on my autodidactic dialogic journey for a number of years now. And street epistemology was a fantastic springboard and philosophical like treasure trove to explore and learn a lot of techniques and skills from. I have recently come across the work of Dr. David Bohm, who was a physicist who worked with Albert Einstein on the theory of special relativity, and then later worked with the Dalai Lama and a number of other people on like educational conversational methods, and developed a method called the Bohm dialogue that was named after himself. That was a method of a freely flowing group conversation in which all participants could freely and non-judgmentally fully express themselves to the greater group, to share their own perspectives and then be elucidated to new aspects that they may not have been aware of by the majority of the group, or just share new information by elucidating other people to their own perspective. Originally, the idea was to get all of the physicists together to pool all of their knowledge and to create like the giant supercomputer. You got to remember, he was coming up with all these things before the internet was an idea. But he wanted to like get all of the physicists together and have them all talking together so that we could all share all of the information at once and like come up with the great idea. And then eventually we can get all of the chemists involved. We get all the biologists involved. We can get all of the scientists involved. Then we can get all of the artists involved. Once we get all of society involved in this great Bohm dialogue. Okay. Anyway, Dr. David Bohm, rest in peace, did a great job. We've taken some of his tools and we are adapting a new conversational method where we're trying to freely exchange ideas with one another.
I like that. If you look at it, it's Dr. David Bohm. Is it Boem? Bohm. Okay, Bohm. Kind of a electrical feel to it. I like that. Um, it's interesting if you think about like the high-minded sort of like hypothetical, like someone imagining a system, right? Oh, if we sort of like a buy-in, and people of course would willingly come to the table and have all these academic discourse. Of course they would want to be a part of the great conversation that's happening. Number one, I see like the sort of American privilege of non-participation. I think kind of pokes at that. Like, I don't think that like what is intuitively interesting to an academic is not interesting to the which is a frustrating thing when we all like don't you see how fascinating this thing is, whether it's like literally like an engine in a car, like look how complicated, like for some people whose brains fire that way, they're like, look at all the fucking pistons, look at this thing, look at this intricacy, like bro, you could slap this bitch in a spaceship and fly to the moon, and look at this goddamn engine, it's gorgeous. And other people are just straight up apathetic about it, and that goes for anything like physics or any sort of niche like it's we think that it's you can like extrapolate your interest in that is you can extrapolate and apply that linearly to the rest of the population. It's just not the case. So I think that that's the main thing when you talk about the Bohm method or ideology, that there would be a great conversation that you could rope everyone into. People's tendency to not participate in things and sort of pick their ass and lay it around and mope, I think would sort of poke at that, number two. And number one, and then number two, I think about 4chan. I think maybe he didn't anticipate that when people get together, what they'll talk about is race realism and Nazi furries and Rule 34 stuff. I think that maybe.
So I came across David Bohm after coming across Discord and becoming terminally online. And there is this thing that happens in Discord conversations where it's not necessarily a Bohm dialogue at all. There is no freely flowing conversation or radical understanding or non-judgmental sharing of perspective that occurs in any format anywhere. This is something that we have to lay out a framework. We have to encourage people to voluntarily want to participate in. And I am on probably my 5th iteration of the implementation of this methodology. It has had a number of divergences at this point. There have been a number of people that I've interacted with that have gone off and started doing it in their own way. The person that initially showed me the technique is still practicing it in their own way. I've actually had a amazing opportunity to speak with a PhD that knew David Bohm, that conversed with them about the method, that practice it in their own particular way. This individual is a Native American. They're part of the Cree tribe, or the Cree Nation, from what I understand, and they practice a praxis without pronouns on their Twitch channel. This is Universal Discourse on Twitch. They practice a praxis without pronouns, where they go on and they call it a debate to kind of lure the debate bros in, but this isn't a debate at all. This is a sharing of information. It's a Bohm dialogue, essentially, and they've got all these rules and frameworks. And like the come on, essentially, is that you cannot use I, you cannot use you cannot say my name, you cannot say your name, you cannot say their name. No pronouns. Present your argument to me now. And they have a council of people that are participating. There's a parliamentarian that makes sure that no one like does these things wrong, and they practice it in their own way. And again, she knew David Bohm, is practicing the method in her own way. What I have learned through my practice and the methodology as it follows now is there's actually a council of listeners that are the hosts of the Bohm dialogue that do not speak, they only hear. At the end of the speech, when the speaker feels confident and comfortable that they have spoken completely, they are responded to by each of the listeners in turn. At the end of the conversation, any questions can be asked back and forth between the speakers and each of the listeners. Once the speaker is satisfied, they're given an opportunity to join the council. The council expands, and then this continues on. Listeners are then able to leave at any point when they no longer want to participate in the conversation anymore. Speakers are there voluntarily, and you kind of have this rotating council that comes through. We've only had a few of the Bohm dialogues actually like maintain themselves. They've gone on for several hours when they have occurred, and they're absolutely marvelous to see in action. I want to get some on stream, but they happen so spontaneously and organically that it is literally impossible for me to try to get that lightning into a bottle.
That sounds like a sort of, it sounds like a mid-century, it sounds like the type of thing where I would be reading that and it would be sort of like a sci-fantasy dystopia relating about like how the Council of Elders in a society would regulate itself or something like that. There is a very high, I'm hearing a lot of like high-minded mid-century American values that which is so interesting. Like when you look at a lot of sci fantasy, so a lot of sci fantasy seems to be people working out their ideas for what a future perfect society would be, and then sort of like, and then the dramatic tension comes from like spoils or foils uh elucidating what they see as the potential downfalls of that, and then there's some dialectic that happens, and then they learn at the end, right? And then stage 3 is, okay, this didn't quite work, but we got this dialectic from this method to this method over here. And that's pretty much the formula for every dystopian book, like Brave New World, everything. There's like some system that they have in order, blah blah blah, and then it inevitably fails, like the Bohm dialogues also will. But I don't know why you're trying to build a dystopia. I don't know why you're trying to do that, somebody.
So again, you have to remember that the goal of the Bohm dialogue, there is no inherent power in the practice of the dialogue. The people that come to the conversational space, the speakers, come out of an innate, inherent need to share. They must speak their truth. And then they speak it. The listeners are there kind of in a therapeutic measure to hear them completely, honestly, sincerely, like listen to everything that they say. And again, the hard part is non-judgmentally, because every once in a while you get someone that comes in and they say some really atrocious shit, and you need to let them completely express all of the atrocious shit that they want to express and why they feel that way, and completely hear it all the way out. And then your listeners, once they've completely expressed themselves, gets to start asking them questions and how they're coming to these opinions and why. And each of those speakers get to completely express themselves and explain why they think that person sounds like a frickin' moron.
No, I get
And
that, but
yeah,
the distinction is though that Bohm, as far as I understand, thought that human knowledge would be perfected by this methodology, right? He thought that this was the perfect onboarding of understanding and empathy and the way to amass as much human potentiality and knowledge in one place, right? That the modality of knowledge accumulation would be perfected by this grand dialogue. So while the new Bohmian dialogues that are happening or maybe using some of the methodology, the goals may be different because they're not specifically trying to amass knowledge, just come from a place where people feel heard. What's the purpose of having a Bohemian dialogue in that format nowadays?
so again, it wasn't ever to kind of generate like this complete and total truth. It's kind of like a creative tool where you get a bunch of people that are like-minded trying to express an idea together, trying to come up with a new concept. If we're trying to generate a new business idea, we're going to get all of the interested parties together and we're going to have a BOEM dialogue to kind of brainstorm this idea, so to speak. The and I think that that's still the value in it today is on a therapeutic level, it is extremely valuable to have a group of people to be able to walk into a room and go, hey, I really need to be heard. I really need to express this grievance, and have people talk you through it, talk you down from it, challenge you on some of your passionately held beliefs that you might be missing a couple aspects of, or maybe you need to encourage them to take action with you, and they're going to rise up with you, and we're going to all go start the revolution together as a result of our BOEM dialogue. And any of these things are necessary, and it is extremely valuable to have this place where people are actually hearing you. They're willing to listen to you. They're not going to cut you off and tell you that you're wrong or stupid or dumb or whatever. It like is validating to the self, and you can get a good conclusion out of it for the whole.
Somebody just shouted a late watcher to the stream says, what is his opinion on street epistemology methods of Anthony Magnabosco? If you could give us a terse statement, reiteration.
My personal opinion of Anthony Montabosco is that he is a very interesting individual that has come up with some very interesting philosophies and ideas. He's laid out a very good framework. I think that it's a little bit silly how shy he is about putting his name and his face on the front of this thing, but I do understand that he doesn't want to appear too much like a cult leader, because man, oh man, from the outside, he sure does look like a cult leader, doesn't he? But I love street epistemology.
So the Bohemian dialogue, it sounds like that is a good therapeutic modal. Would you say that that's true? That a lot of the benefit is in ameliorating the sort of the number one, I'm getting two different things. Number one, like the praxis without pronouns. It seems to be that's very anti-narcissist, which is kind of ableist of you. Number one, and number two, that intrinsically the Bohemian dialogue that you talked about seems to be a thing that's very cathartic for the individual in need of it. What's the utility for the listeners?
So, potentially speaking, the benefit that the listeners gain out of the situation is they get their own worldview expanded. These people are bringing them interesting stories. These people are bringing them interesting conundrums. These people are giving the listeners an opportunity to gain new information. And then as a result of this, like at the end of it, the listeners are given the opportunity to speak again, to share their wisdom, their information, their perspective, or their disdain about the thing that the person has just said. If the person comes in and they go, hey, I really need to just let out a bunch of obscenity and tell a bunch of dick jokes for a minute, the listener at the end of it can go, okay, I think that your dick jokes are offensive because of da 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 da. Now the topic of the BOEM dialogue has changed to, okay, so why do you think that this is offensive, and what do you think we should do about it?
Okay, so what happens when someone goes up there and they basically say, from like, if it's not statedly like a therapeutic thing, someone goes up there and says, "Hey, I am a minor attracted person. I just can't control myself," and they go on for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long, talking about all the reasons they're attracted to young, prepubescent people or whatever. What is the feedback the listeners would give? listening to this fucking pretty graphic depiction of what they want to do to prepubescent people. What is the what would be the shape and the nature of the feedback they would get from the council of listeners?
So again, we have to look at the context of where these things are occurring on. I mean, if we're doing this Bohm dialogue on Twitch, as soon as you get anywhere near TOS, I'm going to ban you from the chat. If we're sitting in Discord, we're going to be able to have that chat until you start violating the TOS of my Discord. If we're sitting in public and we're at a park and someone comes up and starts saying these things,
he's talking about like something they're plagued with. Right? They're just like fucking frustrated. They're not trying to be an edgelord. They're just saying like this is what's going on the inside, and I can't reconcile my place in society because of this, and this.
I typically, when I have come across minor attracted individuals, you push them toward therapy. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, that's the only thing that you really can do in these situations. You can try to provide some level of therapy, like if you think you are capable of such a thing. But I am not a therapist. Bohm dialogue is not like a replacement for therapy, and I'm not a therapist in any regard. So, like, if you are in a Bohm dialogue with a group of therapists, you might get some really great help out of that process. But I don't think that you're going to ever find a council of therapists that are willing to like do therapy on you. That would be really cool if you could like pay extra money in a hyper-capitalist society and be like, you know what, I'm going to pay like 5 therapists, but I want you guys all to meet me here, and we're going to have this Bohm dialogue therapy session. And then at the end of it,
theoretically could you can network together like 5 BetterHelp therapists or something like that.
Oh yeah, so that'd be pretty affordable too. The gig economy is great nowadays.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So like use code somebody online at BetterHelp, and you know,
right? We're going to be doing this on stream. I mean, how much BetterHelp? I mean, we're talking like $50 like a session probably. So 50 times 5 people, $250 to do a 1-hour stream where we do a Bohm dialogue. Oh man, we're going to have to do that. It's going to cost some money. New subscriber goal, everybody. Throw bits or subscriptions or however you do that on YouTube. Give me your money, and then we'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. I feel like it is hard talking to you about this because you have all these little wiggle techniques that get you out of stating your beliefs and making objective statements. And I really traffic in objective. Like my whole thing. Well, hold on. My whole thing is scrolling down tropes of people who say, "Yeah, I think a fucking a bat encountered a 5G tower, and that's how coronavirus happened." And I just scroll it down. It's people who have a who, what, and why, or whatever, and I can just reconcile them. So I have like a meta analysis of often epistemologically crippled things that people believe or state or traffic in. It's sort of like, you know, a street knowledge thing where they're like, oh, you heard this about the Illuminati? I heard this. It's sort of like a social trading game where like they're trading them like fucking baseball cards. There's that sort of like a street knowledge trafficking of tropes that people sort of engage with. But when I talk to somebody who's more philosophically bent, I never really get that nice little pimple pop. There's never that nice little articulation of the thing that they believe, other than Bohmian dialogue is good, and that getting people to look at why they believe certain things is beneficial.
I got that crack for you, baby. I got it.
Yeah.
I've got several of them. And typically speaking, when I come up with one of these things, I go, no, that can't be the truth. And then I put together a panel and invite a bunch of very smart people around to like come up with their own ideas on it. And then I go, interesting. I still think I'm smarter than everyone else. Anyway, let's see. Interesting ones. I think that power dynamics in relationships, like dramatic power dynamics, are really big red flags that should potentially generate some sort of a check within society, whether that is like social workers coming and checking into the relationships or mandatory like relationship counseling or something to that effect. I think that when we see a dramatic power differential between two partners in a relationship, whether one person is older and the other person is younger. I'm thinking of this lady that was 30 years old and married the 90-year-old dude like 6 months before he died back in the 90s. I can't recall
Mm-hmm.
her name at the moment. Uh,
Anna Nicole Smith.
Anna Nicole Smith. There we go. I'm thinking of situations where you see an employer dating someone that is an employee. I'm thinking of like if you have a celebrity dating like a normal person. Anytime that there's a dramatic power dynamic like that, like
Do you think that
that's an
that's
unhealthy
weird?
relationship, in my opinion.
Like, let's say Joe McHale. Joe McHale has a non-celebrity wife. Do you think that that is a sign of, number one, that they met somebody that they love before their fame really skyrocketed, or do you think it's indication of they're a control freak or something like that? When you see like maybe a A-list celebrity that with a normie wife, is that because they're controlling or they believe in true love?
So if they have a normie wife that they met before they like got famous, totally cool. Will Smith, I don't know the situation, he's on the outs with his wife or something. They get a divorce and Will Smith goes and finds a complete nobody that nobody has ever heard of before and is all like, "Yeah, this is my new girlfriend." I'm going to be looking at this like a little bit weird, like, "Hey, I don't think that that girl's actually into you, or are you exploiting this girl in some way? Like, what's going on here?"
What if they're really, really hot?
I again kind of feel like she's either exploiting Will Smith or Will Smith is exploiting her. Like there's something going on here where someone is lying to someone, and I'm not necessarily saying that it is inherently bad. They should not date. I'm just saying that, hey, can we get like a therapist or something over here? Like, referee, foul on the play. Go check this out. Let's
Yeah,
watch
what
the
if
instant replay.
it would probably be a Scientology arranged marriage? I would assume that's probably what I would. That's like not unlike the bird or the fish guy in the last season of The Boys, which I know you're a big
Yeah.
fan of.
Yeah, I'm not super into the whole like yeah, theology, man. Theology. That's another hard one, man. People integrate. Okay. Okay. Nicaraguan Sign Language. Have I told you about Nicaraguan Sign Language before?
You did. So basically, it was the idea that there was no formal Nicaraguan sign language, and what happened was these people, the deaf people in Nicaragua, started coming, basically came together and through an emergent sort of what do you call a language convention there that they started glomming on and basically started creating their own emergent language, sign language that was discrete and of a dynamic of its own. And then someone came in from the outside, and instead of like instructing them on ASL, which is the convention in sign language, they just sort of documented and observed the sort of naturally emergent Nicaraguan sign language. And then as a result, the person was dressed down and discredited or lost their certification or whatever, basically. And the consensus in the language community or the ASL, whatever, the linguistics community was that no, you had a responsibility to teach these people ASL. Is that there's probably other key components that I missed, but
Yeah, yeah, and a little bit more context. There are people that did participate in her experiments, is what they called them, that
hmm,
are still speaking Nicaraguan Sign Language as their primary language, and they're not able to communicate with anybody that doesn't speak Nicaraguan Sign Language. There's like 600, 800 people that speak this language, and these are the
hmm,
only people that speak this language, and they're kind of permanently handicapped. Like they can't get jobs that people that learned American Sign Language later on can get because they're disadvantaged in this way because they were allowed to retain their own inherent culture. My objective claim in this whole thing is that I think that it is good to keep these people's semi isolated so that they're allowed to develop their own independent cultures, even if that
yeah.
means that we have to segregate them and they're kind of separated from society as a whole.
So there that implies like a shift in between sort of like the linguistic school of anthropology and the sort of like the cultural anthropology, right? So is that like
Right.
so you seem to be coming at it from a cultural anthropology, and they're coming from it from a universal linguistic thing where you're impacting their ability to interact with the market.
Yeah, they were definitely the people that dressed down the linguistic expert that had come down there were approaching it from a utilitarian standpoint that, hey, this does the best, the most good for both them and for the world as a whole to enable them to like participate in the workforce. But like my sense of it kind of is that the world as a whole is diminished because we don't have the inclusion of this variety in language. We don't have this unique culture that would have formed around Nicaraguan Sign Language had it been allowed to flourish.
Would it have just become like a dialect if you would instruct? I don't really. I know a little ASL. I don't really know enough about it, but like, would it become like akin to like, would the Nicaraguan ASL become like a little like a slang pack, like a AAVE? Would it have become like a patch add-on to the ASL if it? It's like, for instance, now in Nicaragua, or like if I had a deaf child, a child of mine is born in the next couple of years, I'm teaching him sign language. What would they learn there now?
So now, if they went to school there, they would learn standard ASL like anyone else. They would probably learn, well, because it is ASL, there are variations that make it a Nicaraguan variation of ASL that is specific to Nicaragua, but there is mutual intelligibility across ASL from other languages. It's just minor variations between them.
Hmm.
Whereas the previous Nicaraguan Sign Language was entirely divergent. There would have been zero mutual intelligibility from anyone that spoke any version of ASL, and you would have been bilingual in two different types of sign language if you spoke both Nicaraguan and the Nicaraguan American like dialect that exists today.
Yeah, I just recently saw a thing that there was that like Vice or something like that, or maybe it was Vox did a thing just recently. I watched like maybe like 3 weeks ago about better reconciling the sort of Native American sign language that ASL came from with back with it again to sort of like fix some grammatical under thing. Like it kind of interesting. There's been a new reconciliation of ASL with more incorporating more uh Native American isms, I don't know, back into it, which sort of like, I don't know, fix the separation of those two languages. They're like to more better reconcile them and pay as an homage to uh the fact that like most ASL comes from American sign speak, or I forget what they call that. I'm probably not doing the theory much justice. Anyways, Vox just did an article on that, or a video on that I thought was very interesting. But I was talking when getting you a gun to your head to reconcile some stuff. I was looking for more. I feel like, what am I looking for? I want you to fix the problem that I have that I don't know that I have with reconciling a dialogue tree with conspiracy theorists. Like, for instance, um, like when I have, I guess this is always the thing. I feel like, are you familiar with Mick West?
Not in particular. Maybe if you gave me a little more context.
Mick West is a guy who's a like a debunker, for lack of a better term, but he does it from a place where there's a backfire effect, right? Are you familiar with the backfire effect?
Yes.
And the fact that the backfire effect persists, except the belief in the backfire effect persists despite fucking things coming out and like debunking it, which is a very meta backfire effect thing, which is one of the line items in my little fucking spreadsheet. But I believe that there's what people don't. So there's that, and there's a thing that Mick West focuses on, which is that if you do not understand why a person believes a thing, your attempts to rhetorically disabuse them of them will fail because they believe it for things other than what you're guessing. Like, and the example I use of that is effectively uh, you're talking to a person who believes in UFOs and they're like, well, you're like, okay, look, the radar data, you can that can be spoofed. There's glitches, there's problems in the blah blah blah. And they go, yeah, asshole, I was abducted in my backyard. That's why I believe in UFOs. So you tell me about radar dishes,
Right.
it tells me
Doesn't matter.
effectively nothing. Yeah. And then there's this sort of champion circle where if people survive rhetorically in engagements with people, they become emboldened in their belief. Like if someone goes through like 3 levels or 3 debates where they did not feel like anybody actually understood their position, or why, or gave them a good reason to why they shouldn't believe XYZ, they become emboldened in each thing, and that becomes more ensconced. So it's very important to, when someone has a fringe or radical belief, to actually listen, articulate why they believe the thing that they believe, and then sort of address that point, even just from a standpoint of hearing them, making them be heard, as a diagnostic technique, instead of just like, oh, this person is trafficking in stigmatized thought, let me do the milieu of, oh, you should believe the scientific method or something like that. Let me run that down, that rhetorical dialogue tree of why you should focus on this. I feel like there's something very interesting about what he does, but it's not codified in the same way that street epistemology is. I feel like there's dialogue trees for that, and there's not necessarily a dialogue tree for conspiracism, for one of the same reasons that you pointed out, because they often, it's hard to root someone down with asking a question with a question, when what they intrinsically do to traffic the conspiracies is asking questions with answering questions with questions. So you guys are both sort of mirroring each other, shifting the onus of shifting the burden of proof to each other. So I could imagine a situation where you had a sort of recursively called dialogue tree between a conspiracist and a street epistemologist, just sort of the perpetual shifting of the onus to the other. And how would you reconcile that?
Yeah, I think that that would be an interesting and entertaining conversation to have with someone. I think that as a street epistemologist, I personally would get frustrated with that person at some point, and I would be like asking them, okay, do you like believe anything to be true? Can you make any objective claims? Or do you just think that no, nothing, we don't know anything, we can't question anything, everything is a lie, like everything is a trick? Like, do you think that, like, can you actually make any claims about why you think anything? And a lot of times I find myself just letting someone go on this big long rant, and then at the end of it going, oh, I lost interest and quit listening to you like 45 minutes ago. Like, I'm sorry, do you want to give me a TLDR and try that again? And then it just devolves from there. And again, as a street epistemologist, that's why I don't practice that.
Okay, do you feel like that's a form of emotional terrorism or street epistemology?
What I am doing,
Like telling, like letting
definitely
someone go on a
emotional,
rant.
definitely emotional terrorism. Like, I again do not practice street epistemology, I do not have the temperament for it. I play rhetorical games and am
Yeah.
a Twitch politics shit poster. I'm a very good and honest shit poster, by the way. I only uh, post the most vanilla of memes. um,
Vanilla very is a very underutilized. I don't like rhetorically what we have done to vanilla. Vanilla is a spicy exotic bean, and it's very brown. The whitewashing of vanilla is disgusting, and the fact that even like if you look at like a real a solid vanilla, like a real organic vanilla, there's little flecks of brown right in there, baby. You know what I mean? The whitewashing of vanilla, allegorically and metaphorically, linguistically, in the English language, is terrible.
Well,
I don't. I
since we're on the topic of vanilla and mayonnaise, which are my two favorite white symbols, uh,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on cultural appropriation as a topic?
Um. I think that I agree. Charlemagne the God is a radio DJ, internet personality, hip hop personality, says it's not appropriation, it's appreciation. I think that is a lot of that is true. I think that white people, especially American, don't really have a culture, where our culture is consumerism, and a lot of the things that we're buying is interesting tidbits from other nations, from other distinct cultures, whether it's tchotchkes from Japan, robes from China, exotic foods that are whatever. So I think that the way the way in which Americans specifically, and the majority class in that, which we call white, right, which is sort of a privileged enclave of largely Western European people or majority culture, who interact with the world by consuming, which is sort of like a late stage liberal fucking frame point. I think that, and the part of what we consume is those things. However, like when you're, and I think that the conversation on cultural appropriation has shifted, whereas it used to be about explicitly like people like Pat Boone, a musician who would go in and take beat for beat someone else's song, sell a million copies while that person who made the song lives in abject poverty. So it was the idea that you took something from someone else and then introduced it to the market, almost like theft. It was an idea of proper. It was less appropriation and more like cultural theft. I think so. But now I don't think that thing same thing like Elvis. Some people say Elvis cultural appropriation. He takes black people music and he does it in a way which is less than, which is much more successful to other people, while at the same time in a zero sum game of time for people's ears takes the market share away from people who were the originators of that sound, who might, if not for racism, have a much larger audience, except that he's there breathing all the air in the room. So I think that was the original conversation on appropriation. And now, when you're talking about white people who make the aesthetic choice to have dreadlocks, I don't think that that's quite the same thing, because that person having dreadlocks does not take the market share away from dreadlocks for a person of culture or something like that. But that's maybe a very market oriented way of looking at appropriation. But I don't know. I think that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Okay. Um, Interesting. And I think that I understand and I agree with the majority of what you're saying. Like definitionally, like appropriation is the is to take without permission. So it is inherently like a level of stealing.
Yeah.
And I feel like in the idea of taking someone else's song, like beat for beat, and then just re recording it, I feel like we have come around and legislated a way to be like, okay, this is like actual copyright infringement or plagiarism. And we've got different laws that we are have legislated into existence to try to protect these situations, and so that
You
may
can
have
still do a cover.
right. And there's like the deals throughout the record label that okay, we've signed this person, so you have access to this person that we also signed to cover their songs, and this is kind of an internal deal that we can all work out. And there's
I
still
think anybody can
ways.
cover anything. You just may not be able to get the licensing to put that song other places. But I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry for
Right.
interrupting.
Yeah, no, you're all good. And I feel like we have tried to legislate a way to protect people. There are still ways that people can be taken advantage of in the system that we have. But
Yeah.
the idea has kind of shifted from here to there. Another thing that comes up a lot with cultural appropriation is like the idea of mocking another society with an idea. Um, which is something that we need to also try to avoid because it's definitely not appropriate to mock someone else's culture. And I'm thinking of like Cinco de Mayo parties, where Cinco de Mayo isn't necessarily even a holiday in Mexico, but in the United States, it's kind of the let's, you know, paint a picture of what we think Mexican culture is like day.
Yeah, I think that one is sort of like doing blackface is not appropriation, right? Sort of like a hackneyed thing that you're doing by being like xenophobic or otherizing someone else from a position of ignorance towards like just like slanderizing or aping them or mocking them or whatever. That's not necessarily. I don't think that it's very interesting when I come to maybe it's just because like how synonymous liberalism has become with capitalism. It's in my head at least, when I'm thinking of like Americans and their cultural appropriation, we go to like commodity, we go to like literally Cinco de Mayo parties, like it's and I think that's the thing that really because there is a an economic disparity, and a lot of the people from, let's say, like Chicano people in the United States versus the people who make those little Cinco de Mayo tchotchkes that you sell at the fake celebration of Cinco de Mayo, right? So there's this whole thing where people monetize the aesthetic of someone else's culture, let's say, whereas which in a way that does not benefit the people who will probably need help from that culture. And I think that's mostly what people uh, focus on these days. I don't think it's bad necessarily innately. I don't think it's like a metaphysical, uh, uh, an ontologically bad thing to celebrate as some aspect of a culture. I think that is probably wrong-headed. Like we might like, oh, I like samurais. You're like, oh yeah, and then like here's 1,000 reasons why the samurais sucked. Actually, they were chivalric. They were like anti-fem. They had slaves. They, you could probably there's a list of reasons why like you liking samurais broadly because they have a sword and like cool armor is problematic in the same way that we wouldn't maybe lion eye or we wouldn't talk up like I don't know the Teutonic Knights or the knights of the chivalric knights over here who are probably perpetuators of the status quo, and the status quo over there was inequity. You know what I mean? Type thing. It's largely the same thing. So I think that it comes from a place of ignorance, largely that a lot of those cultures would have a problem with it, or like geishas, like people arbitrarily using like a geisha aesthetic over here, and that sort of like the tone deafness that we exhibit when appropriating someone's culture is sort of like another thing that people seem to focus on.
Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of the things that you're saying. That like, I kind of look at it from a different perspective, though. Potentially, I feel like anything that you like put value in and you subjectively choose, like this is a good thing. Like you apply your own values to it and make that thing into a good thing in your mind. So, for example, if you encountered a Scandinavian white dude that was like, "Oh yeah, I'm really into Vikings and I really love Viking culture and I'm super into Thor," and like when they're talking about Thor, though, they're talking about like Thor comic books from Marvel, and like when they're talking about I'm really into Vikings, they've got like helmets with horns on them, and they cosplay as a dude like stereotypical. Like this isn't Viking culture. That this isn't historically accurate to the things that you're talking about, and you're
Yeah.
overlooking any of the negative things. You're only thinking about like good aspects, and none of the good aspects that you're applying to them are actually true. Like, does it make it any less good that they're putting this value into them? Do we need to correct them and be like, no, you like Vikings are actually a terrible thing? The thing that you're thinking of isn't even Vikings. The fact that you're calling it Vikings is disrespectful and all. Like, at some point, it's not a bad thing. They are putting their own value into it. They're creating their own value with it. They're putting their own appreciation into it. And if it encourages them to learn more about whatever the subject or the topic or the group of people that they're talking about, like, I think that it is a good thing to be like, oh, I am a Viking. I am acting and practicing the same way that a 6th century Scandinavian individual would have. Like, no, you're not. You're not even representing this accurately. You have no idea what you're talking about. Go study some more. Let's find out some
Yeah.
more about these actual people. But like, your cool little Viking
You've not
aesthetic
even
that you're making cartoons about is totally appropriate.
Yeah. Well, and plus, the like if you're really a Viking, how many people have you raped and pillaged today? You know what I mean? How many
Precisely.
villages have you raped and pillaged? Number one, do you even have like a vaguely feministic? Do you even have like a vaguely feminist fucking confederacy like the Vikings did? Like, are you doing? Are you a neo? Or are you even a racist neo Odinist? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you say you're a Viking, and yet, like, do you even really otherwise black people effectively? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I have a lot of
Right?
questions for
Do
that.
you even Viking, bro? Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's true. It reminds me of that thing where there's sort of like JJ McCullough has this video of like foods thought of as American in other places, and we look at that. So which is a good way to flip over like the idea that we have of like an Americanized stereotype. I don't know. Are you Canadian or American? I'm guessing you seem to be one of those motherfuckers that might like turn out. You talk to them for hours, and all of a sudden it turns out they're Canadian or something.
So I have told people in the past about my history. I do not live in Canada. I'm not a Canadian. I am an American, but I have spent a lot of time internationally.
Hmm. He said very Canadian like. He said it in a very Canadian way. Okay,
I
that's
was
fine.
I was born in Los Angeles, lived there
Okay.
until
Space.
I wasn't 18 anymore.
Okay.
And then after the university thing, I went on an expedition through Latin America on an anthropological adventure to go try to find the real Tikal. And then I lived in Mexico for a couple of years after that, kind of doing a handyman thing because it was better than going back to the United States to go back to being homeless again. So we
Yeah.
stayed there. Then I went to Southeast Asia, hitched a ride on a couple of boats from Mexico to Hawaii to Vietnam. Went Vietnam to Thailand to Cambodia to Malaysia to Indonesia. Realized that I was going to die in a jungle alone. Came back to the United States, traveled around, lived in California for a number of years, traveled around the Pacific Northwest, and have recently transferred over to the East Coast
Of Canada?
of the United States again.
Oh.
Now, I
Okay.
live in the South now. I'm trying to seat myself in them good old redneck types.
Hmm. It's very interesting. So, when in your journey abroad, did you ever encounter? Did you ever encounter? They're like, "Oh, American, here, I got something just for you," and they give you a food item which is not American, but it's like this. We eat this over here. This is American food that we like. We like American food, and then they give you a dish. And you're like, "What the fuck is this?" And it'll be like I forget some examples, but it'll be like hot dogs in a can. It'll be like some other things like, or this is American, or like spaghetti with ketchup. It'll be like noodles with ketchup in it, and they're like, this is what the Americans like, right? Like this is what you guys eat. Like, well, everyone here loves this dish. This is a dish that they like because it's American here, and you're American, you will like this. So I feel like that is sort of like the onverse, the foreign version of which might give us a lens into how hackneyed our appropriation of other people's culture is, if that's their idea of good appropriation of like an American dish.
Well, like travel hack. Don't identify
Yeah.
as an American outside of the United States. It's not good for you.
Yeah.
I am intentionally like vague about where I'm from when I'm out of the country. I really do like telling people that I'm from Canada when I'm not around here. And having
I
come
knew it.
directly
I
from
knew it.
Mexico, that was a very good thing to also tell people was, oh no, I came here from Mexico. And yeah, no, I do not like telling people that I'm from the United States when I'm out of the country. No, I did not ever have an opportunity where someone presented something to me as being American food that I was like, well, no, I take that back. Japan has some really ridiculous ideas about what American food is, and I think is absolutely hilarious. Like the caricatures of American food. I've been
Yeah.
served some very strange things in places that were called McDonald's in foreign countries.
Mm.
I
What
have
do you think it was a legit McDonald's, or was it just like stolen copyright
no, no,
McDonald's?
no, real actual McDonald's. It's just that
Oh
the
wow.
menus are extremely different in foreign countries for what they sell at McDonald's. Prices are different. McDonald's in Japan, when I went there, they had a column system where you chose a burger item out of column A, you chose a side dish out of column B, like French fries or chicken nuggets. Or apple slices and things like that, and then column C was your beverages, and so you chose things out of each column to build your meals. You didn't have like a board with choices on it, and like there were soup dishes and things like that, and all sorts of strange things in Japan's McDonald's. The menu is very different there. Most other places stick with like the conventional, like I'll take a number six with a large fry.
What is your take on cultural appropriation? What instigated the question?
I don't like the term cultural appropriation at all. I think that cultures have been merging and integrating with one another for like thousands of years. And
Mm,
there are like ethical ways to do things and unethical ways to do things. And the way that we attribute things to different cultures is inappropriate in a lot of different situations.
yeah.
Um,
It's sort of like the dialect, like the idea of traditional food. It's like there's
right,
no traditional way to do it. There's the stuff that there's the way your grandma did it, and then you dislike every other way, and
right,
that varies across. Like there's no like there's more maybe nowadays like pizza napolitana or something. There's like probably standardized. There's like whole boards in Italy about like how what a pizza when's a pizza is a
right,
pizza, but largely like let's say like Thailand, the way they do a dish, it probably varies from like literally province to province and from like area to area based on the locality of ingredients that are there at that particular little mountain village. everybody has a different iteration of a dish that they would all swear up and down is the traditional big T traditional way to do that dish from their perspective. So
Right.
there's not, I agree that there's not an overarching culture, and there's constantly a dialectic, an infusion, a different dance between different things, and that there's a futility in trying to label label a thing like a distinct culture, because there's a dynamic confluence of fucking events and energies and intents and peoples and geography that we sort of try to call a thing, and we can at best like using other like you can call it like I think there is sort of epistemes, right? There are certain eras and dynamics that you can sort of like 1980s America has a connotation to people like the me, the greed, the Gordon Geckos, the phones, the clothes or whatever. It invokes an idea of a thing. But there's a futility because we omit everything that doesn't fit into that idea of that thing. So yeah, I think there's a futility in trying to describe a culture or trying to compare, or it's like villainizing people, taking elements aesthetic or otherwise from other cultures and implementing them as a form of novelty, because I think that probably cultures marrying together is sort of like a Deleuzian mechanism for new creative salient vertices than anything else. It's probably a net positive versus a negative.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. There's two interesting analogies that I like to throw out. One of them's a little bit memey, and the other one is an actual historical situation. I think that they're both equally thought-provoking and important. So we'll start with the memey one. I personally am of Latin descent, at least on my father's side of my family, and I've spent quite a bit of time in Latin America. I spent time with indigenous peoples. I was taught a number of their traditional recipes while I was there. I spent a great deal of time with traditional actual Mexican families, and I had a number of abuelas teach me their different cooking methods and things, introduce me to their spices and their techniques and all these different things. I mixed it with a little bit of my own family traditions, and I've come up with a recipe that you may have been familiar with. It's a dish called salsa. It's made by chopping up some tomatoes, some onions, some peppers, and whatnot. We put it in a bowl with some chips. It's fantastic, but it's a little bit spicy for some of my American friends' taste. So I have found that if I add a heaping helping of mayonnaise to it and stir it together until I get a thick, creamy, pink goo, they find to enjoy it a little bit better. I want to package it.
What the fuck are you talking about? You
Well,
add mayo to salsa?
yeah. It
Is
makes
this
it a
a
lot
real
less.
thing?
It makes it a lot less spicy. You see, it's
Is
extremely popular here in the South. I'm thinking of packaging it and putting it in the Walmart.
Why are you saying these words together? Is this the meme? Are you
Yeah,
saying
we're
it as
memeing.
if okay, wait. But is okay. All right.
So again, I've been through Latin America. I have this family
Yeah.
recipe. It's called salsa, but it's too spicy
Uh-huh.
for my American friends. So if I
Right.
mix it 50-50 with mayonnaise until it's pink, it's less spicy. And people really like it. So I'm going to put it in jars and I'm going to sell it at Walmart. And I'm trying to come up with a good name for my product. And I need to know, do I call it authentic Mexican style salsa or do I call it American style mayo goop? Spicy mayo goop. And I'm not sure, like, I want to make sure that I give the proper appropriation to the cultures that taught me this recipe, that I derived my new concoction and creation. But clearly, this is a new invention. I don't owe any of the money that I'm going to make from a great Walmart deal to anybody in Latin America. This is my
Is
mayo
this an
goop.
is this an allegory for you as an individual living in a culturally the cultural clashes of America? Do you feel like you personify the salsa mayo? The
No, not at all. I think that again, it is a very interesting way that we can look at cultural appropriation because again, when we're
mm,
trying to make sure that we give the proper credit to the people that it is due, and then when we look at the spicy mayo, can we even really call it salsa anymore? Do we owe anything? Is it an invention? Do I get credit for the thing that I've created, or have I stolen something? It's complicated. The more historical
well,
example.
what is the etymology of salsa? Is it
Ooh.
sauce? because I think that would rationalize itself as a sauce.
I don't necessarily disagree, and we can litigate it in a number of different ways. And I could come to you and say, no, I have like foolproof rationale that I can't do this, or that I could come to you with foolproof rationale that this is totally fine, and anybody that complained about this is completely off base. I don't have to listen to them. And either
Yeah,
way, it's kind of subjective. And again, we get into an epistemological like subjective
I think that
rationale,
I
subjective
think that
morality.
I think above and beyond the naming convention that we would use to like credit or throw um as an homage or to pay homage, is it you pay homage or as an homage, right? To pay homage to this thing or to give credit to it, as something that would like sort of elucidate the proper diet, the proper way to incorporate a novel cultural input into like a cultural norm, a foreign item into a normative domestic norm, or a normative uh, cultural norm. I don't know why I'm saying norm and normative, whatever. I think that above and beyond that, we should look at the war crime that is the food item that you are introducing into people's diets. So, like, what are your takes on bioterrorism? No, I'm kidding.
Valid. Very valid.
Um, yeah. So I don't know. What is the non-Mimi take? Because
Okay.
that
Yeah.
you really the food thing fucking threw me.
Okay.
The
We're
food,
gonna
like
stick with food. We're gonna stick with
the
food, but it's better.
the ingredient you described really kind of broke my brain, and I couldn't even finish the rest.
Yeah, I do. I do post meta irony, and we talk about consuming feces in that one, so it's hard sometimes to spin it all the way around. So the less Mimi take on it, okay? Back in the 1700s, the British encountered the great subcontinent of India, and encountered the Indian people there, and they encountered a new staple food source in curry when they were there. And they adopted curry, and they found a way that they could put it onto ships and transport it from one place to another. And so the curry that they were eating on the ships was distinctly different than Indian curry. They had developed English curry that they were eating on ships that was like eaten with hardtack. And they continued on their journey from India, and they encountered Japan. And when they got to Japan, the Japanese had never encountered curry from India before, and they definitely had never encountered this bastardization that the English people brought them, but they absolutely loved it, and they adapted it, and they changed it, and now we have this new stuff called Japanese curry that is relatively similar to Indian curry, but they only have it by way of English curry. And so there is like this dirty white middleman in between these two unique cultural like artifacts that I love and cherish. And I've never actually had like 1700s English ship curry before, so I can't tell you whether it's good or not, but I do love both of these two things. And I
Yeah.
don't know if it was stolen from India or what culture to celebrate. Japanese curry is definitely Japanese though.
Yeah, well, that it's that J.J. McCulley does the whole thing of like food dialectic, like pho, the what is that, like a Korean soup? So there's a Thai,
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese, yeah, that's French. It's
Yes.
like yeah, it's literally French cuisine. Like it's a what foie or something. It's an implementation of a French soup that they try to do with localized from after like French colonization, effectively. So it was them trying to do French food. The way most people reconcile local dishes are dialectic in the same way that like meatballs are, they're not Swedish, they're from some other, I forget, they're like Turkish, like
Right.
meatballs are Turkish, like there's all these things that we think of as like some sort of local food item was a new fad that was introduced somewhere else. For a food to be popular, it is probably unlike the actual folk peasant food that was there, right? For a breakaway food item, there has to be an implementation of something novel, a new spice that they didn't know about before, which came to a salient. There was an energetic catalyst, which then was transmitted out, and other people wanted to see what was up with it. Or, like you said about the spice and curry, I think that's another example. Is that We think of it as like it may even be like not Indian, and maybe something else. But that is a sort of like, I think JJ McCauley does a lot of videos like that where he talks about the actual origins of food, and why the idea of like cultural specific things and appropriation of food items is, it's sort of like a myth, because
Right. Right.
food and spices, there's always been an interglobal trade route, and whenever possible, people have always been hyper interested in novel spices and foods from other countries and other stuff like that. So there's always been this engine of creativity around food dishes that is sort of like a pizza effect, where it's like, there's American like theosophists who have an idea in their head about how the Sanatarma Dharma Sanatarma Dharma, shit, I'm fucking it up. They have this idea about Hinduism. And then they go to the subcontinent of India, and then they sort of start relaying these things, and maybe through self-selection or other things sort of codify this belief that they have, and then bring it back to America and say this is an Indian belief system, but it's been selected and curated by them. And the same thing with pizza, right? So the idea of pizza was just like a flat circular piece of dough with some sort of sauce on it, right? And then it goes to Jersey. Italian people sort of Italian immigrants sort of fuck with it a little bit. The GIs get used to it. They go to Italy, say, "Hey, where the fuck's the pizza?" And they're like, "Oh, this." And they're like, "This isn't pizza." And they ask to describe what they want. The Italian people like it, and then other people later bring that the new dialectic of the new pizza back to America and say, "This is authentic pizza." And which
Right.
really what they're doing is the Italian version of the Americanized immigrant food, which
Right.
is that thing.
Yeah, and I mean it's like spaghetti with Marco Polo, same thing. And I like the fact that you brought up the theological example, because I feel like it's definitely not just food and spices that are introduced to one another. I don't know if you know the like cutlery, plates, little cups with saucers. When they're made out of porcelain, they have pretty designs on them. They call it fine china. And the reason that they call it fine china is because, typically speaking, these things are made out of porcelain. And
Yeah.
China was the only culture that had developed furnaces hot enough to turn clay into porcelain. And so the only place that you could get the fancy white pottery that was made out of glass that had the pretty blue drawings on it, well, it came from China. And so it was just called China. And even still today, like if you have porcelain flatware that is made in Germany, it's German China, which is kind of funny. And anything that is made out of porcelain is technically culturally appropriated from the Chinese from thousands of years ago. Oh, and silk too. And how many other things can we attribute to them? And who invented the clock? And did you know that we culturally appropriated the 60-second minute from Mesopotamia, or the 60-minute hour from Mesopotamia? And
Yeah.
all
That
of these
math,
different things that we kind of grab and like
the
amalgamate
base six,
together to
base
build
12.
a culture.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility. I trip about that a lot. Like when you thinking about like, I think about like conventions a lot. I think about like arc minutes, like when you get into like the nitty gritty of like astronomy, like all the different ways they have to like quantify space and reality and like perspectives and like XYZ axes and like arc minutes in the sky, and like the different ways to reconcile reality, and then how like conventions help with that. And like how 60, you see 60 everywhere because it's divisible by 2, 6, 6, 12, et cetera, all the way through, which is sort of a little gift, right? Sort of like a little numerological meme from Mesopotamia, and that kind of. So I think that's true, and I do think it's. But what? So did you think that I would be somebody that's like a very against appropriation? Is that what? Did you anticipate that this would be a thing where we would disagree on?
I don't. No, I was not sure where you would come from on this. I do find that these tend to be very polarizing subjects and topics.
Mm,
I That's also why I didn't open with an objective claim and say I have a spicy take in this regard, because if I thought that I had something that you would definitely disagree with, I could present it as here's my claim, and then we can kind of sword fight one another with our opposing objective claims. Uh,
yeah.
but the other thing that I do often seek out is little opportunities where I can go, hey, here's kind of an interesting question that I think that people will often answer differently.
Yeah.
And how might we approach this thing? And again, the personal identity is another one of those things that I'm playing with. I'm putting a panel together on that relatively soon, where we're going to talk about, okay, my statement of who I am, this is my identity, versus, okay, let me see your credentials, prove to me who you are, or I'm looking at you and these are the things that I can tell about you because of the type of music you listen to, the way that you dress, how old you appear to me. You're obviously this person, and whose opinion is the more relevant or more
Yeah.
valid, yours or mine, when we're talking about who I am. Um,
What can you tell about me by so what is the could you are you do you have you come up with a like a diagnostic method that you could like quickly elucidate certain traits that you think people recognize or like universal? Like what are the things that you would like, let's say, I don't know, me or somebody else. Is that an actual thing, like for instance, are you talking about specifically the the differentiation in between how people self-identify and what they're perceived to be? Are you talking about largely that, or are you talking about you actually have a way to hit all the beats and like articulate what a person is versus how they reconcile themselves?
so this, okay, we're kind of looking at like the inner frickin' schizo postings of the inside of the back of my head at this point. Um,
Okay.
I have noticed that there is a strong desire that people have to like form these labels, to be able to go, okay, epistemologically speaking, I'm a utilitarian, and from a political standpoint, I'm a social democrat, and from a educational standpoint, I have a bachelor's degree in, and like listing off all of these things, and I want to get them down to like little one word statements of who I am, statement like labels of identity, and I want to put them all onto like
Communist.
a piece of paper. That way I can hand you them like a resume, and now you know everything about me. You don't even have to ask anything about me, because this explains my entire mental framework, all of the experiences that I had, and every way that I would ever answer a question based on this piece of paper. And so there is this need to form one's identity and then to express it to someone else, so that you're not going to question me on the statements that I've made about who I am. And so this has led me to this idea of, okay, why do these words matter at all? Why do we have to share the same definition of these words? And then what does it mean if you don't believe me when I tell you that I am, a black Christian woman?
Yeah. So it seems to be there's some like there's also a component of like the fact that having a correct self-diagnosed or self-applied label doesn't really prevent the need for conversation, so like there's no real point in the label to begin with. Or is it just more of a, I think that there's utilities in labels though. I think that it hones in on like a broad swath of the political spectrum. Like for instance, if you say I'm like a social democrat, I'm going to throw out everything from center right, any sort of things that, in the same way I would appeal to a center right, it allows us to say, okay, let's dispense with 90% of the bullshit that was floating out. Now I can hyper hone in on it's a shorthand for you to tell me what values that you have that I can hone in on or use as the framework for logic or arguments or statements that I would use going forward. So I agree that there's a futility in correctly labeling something. I feel like, but I think labels are a good start to a conversation somewhat if they're, I don't know, if they have meaning.
I
If
don't
they
Yeah, I don't disagree with you like at all, and I there is value in labels, and I do use labels. I've I had my outs with labels a few months ago when I first became somebody online, and I was like, look, no labels, everybody. You guys don't know who I am. And then I became a lot more like comfortable explaining to people that, oh no, I am this, I am that, I have done
Do
this, I
you?
have done that.
I have no. You're a bunch of fucking question marks to me.
Yeah,
You're a radical centrist, which
yeah,
basically means you don't want a position,
yeah.
which effectively that's what that means. You are still very. You are a person that is hard to pin down. You have an aesthetic that is different. You have a background that is different. You seem to relish the absurd. You seem to relish not necessarily the absurd. There is an illegibility to you that I think that you like. You and I feel like that's not bad. I think it's an odd thing and it should be cherished. I think that but you do seem to like people not knowing how to address you, so it sort of gives you this sort of dynamic where they're going to come at you in a weird way and like sort of rhetorical judo, you can use their overreaches against them rhetorically. So your ambiguity, it gives you a place of dynamic strength for the type of semantic work that you do.
I understand how you have that perspective and why. I feel, however, that I really want to be understood and I really want to be able to express myself freely, but I find that any time that I get anywhere near being able to do so, I feel myself being forced into a box, mischaracterized, or like gate kept from the labels that I am trying to apply to myself.
What are the labels you're trying to apply to yourself?
So I feel like anytime that I tell someone that I'm an anthropologist, a lot of times people go, oh, that's neat, and that's totally cool. But there are times when someone comes out of the woodworks and goes, where did you actually go to school? I don't think that actually. How many degrees did you really get? What field did you? What was your research actually in? And I'm like, man, why do I have to justify anything to you? And so I don't like to apply these different labels or stick different things out there because I feel like people are going to then make assumptions about their understanding of what these things mean, and then rather than ask all of the questions to get the nuance that is necessary to have an actual understanding, they're going to kind of ride with their own preconceived notions.
What do you like about anthropology?
I fell into anthropology accidentally by doing the general ed thing in school, and then like finding out that hey, these are the classes that I really like. It was also kind of involved with the street epistemology journey into how do people come into their beliefs about society. It was an earnest desire to try to understand as much as I could about as many cultures as possible. At first, I thought that I was studying theology. So I was studying each individual different religion, how the canons are formed, the way that these hierarchies have been created, the history of these organizations, and things like that. And then once I realized that religion was such a small part of the puzzle, I needed to find out more about language. I needed to find out more about art. I needed to find out more about culture. And then it kind of blew up and became anthropology. And I did a lot of my work in physical anthropology, and then ended up doing field research in Mesoamerican studies and kind of getting pushed into like a completely different path. But it's all so beautiful. There's so much art. Like the art drives me to anthropology.
Yeah, I think that even like I feel like a lot of what I do in like analyzing just meta narratives in conspiracy, because that's ultimately what you're doing. You're doing a meta analysis on narrative tropes. When you look at conspiracy theory, it's almost it's either properly put, it's either English lit. It's either a subsect of English lit like storytelling mechanics, or it's anthropology. It's just people stated because in the same way that very often uh, uh, palingenetic mythos, right, conspiracies are usually those, right? So which are like the stated reasons that, or the post hoc reconciliations about why a culture exists, right? A lot of people just don't like, the ambiguity and the arbitrariness of a certain people being in a geography at a certain time. They don't really like that. So we sort of like back reverse engineer a story as to why it makes sense and we deserve to be here and whatever. And there's the sort of mythic nature to culture and anthropology, I feel like, or in the very least, that if you're studying stuff anthropologically, you're looking at people's reconciliations of why their culture is. And I think that is sort of thing. Or and at the base level, you're just looking at people. You're looking at, and then if you parse the narrative tropes of conspiracy theories, what you're going to hear is a lot of mad libs about things that cause people to have anxiety. It's a lot of anxiety inducing things. Like I have let me pull this up here. Why don't you talk for a moment about how brilliant I am to come to that conclusion while I pull this
Yeah,
up?
no, I think that that is a very good point. I feel like conspiracy theories in general, people experience cognitive dissonance. They have anxieties about the way that they perceive the world. They view the world as kind of being up against them. The odds are stacked against them. They kind of create this narrative that like satiates their anxiety and helps them bridge the cognitive dissonance of like how terrible the world is to them, even though everything is supposed to be fair. And
Yeah.
they kind of like build the shorthand, and then they tell themselves this story. They create this myth that is like, okay, well, this is the way that the world works and this is why I'm so fucked up. It's not because of any of these other things that you might tell me. It's because the moon men.
Yeah, so I've like, this is not exhaustive, and this is just like the more salient ones that I've come across, but like I have like a little list here of fears that undergird why people care about a conspiracy theory, right? It's like the that the world works in mysterious ways that you were not privy to, that you were either mistaught or purposely misled about. There's sort of like whole tropes of emotions that they feel like. There's like a betrayal, like you were betrayed by academics who like led you to believe this thing, and they pull the mask away, and it's like, or they pull away the sheet, and that's not the reality as it exists. Or the world is governed by different personages from what is imagined. The people profit off your ignorance, that the end times are approaching, that the evil's winning a world for evil's winning in the war for the world. um, that children are being indoctrinated, that children will have less self determination, freedom, and liberty than you. That's definitely like the whole MAGA thing. The idea that, and I think that's a pervasive self described thing for millennials. They feel like we are less well off than our parents were. So while other people broadly talk about this thing like it's an abstract in the future, I think millennials live in the world where, yeah, no, we have less than our parents did. Like objectively, we're like living in the dystopia of what was probably a apprehension or anxiety about a potentiality of the world. My generation exists in that perfectly executed dystopia of having less than before. So I think that,
Yeah. I So I operated in a mistaken worldview for quite a while, that conservatives were older people and that younger people were on the left. And I have found out that, man, oh man, there sure are a lot of young people that are on the right, a lot more than I thought was rationally acceptable when I started participating in the political space. Um,
yeah,
like George Carlin has a really fantastic bit that I feel explains a lot of the anxieties that lead older people into the like MAGA conspiracy anxiety hole. The George Carlin bit goes like, anything that exists before you're born is like completely ordinary. It's a fact of nature. Like God created it. It has been here since the dawn of time. It is like necessary for the survival of life. Anything that's created from the time that you're born until you're 30 is like new, novel, exciting, the wave of the future, and should be adopted as quickly as possible so that we like stay on the curve. Anything that is created after the time that you're 30 30 is an abomination, is blasphemy against God, is a heresy, should never be existed, and is going to be the bane and the downfall of all of society. And I feel like a lot of the MAGA issue is a lot of that things that are made post 30, and it has dramatically changed the world in some sort of a way, and there's like this need to try to like force everybody to realize that the internet is going to fail any day now.
Yeah, so I don't have a perfect reconciliation for all the different inputs that make someone conservative. You know what I mean? I think that it's just was it George Makoff or the fuck, he basically, a lot of it seems to be in the biological substrates. People who are less okay with nuance and people who want concrete things. Uh, I think that seems, and then sort of another predictor is sort of like how narrative reconciliations on how they think uh, people and society should work, like, i.e., using the family as an allegory for or using family analogies for government. Like, you want government to be your dad. That's a very conservative way of framing it, because they look at a justifiable hierarchy as the family and then extrapolate to society with that. So like there's a little bit of like something that informs conservatism in like just the power dynamics in your head and what you think like distribution of power or meritocracy. So it's almost like I would think that conservatism, you might almost look at it um like a feeling of just, and that's why I think Jordan Peterson hyper focuses on hierarchies, because it seems to be conservatism seems to be traditionalism is that there's a status quo and that it's in place because it's beneficial. And I agree with what you're saying about that. Does seem to be true about George Carlin and the Three Ages broadly, of sacrosanct fucking status quo codified. That's just how society works. Oh, a new novel progressive thing, that's great, and then later on it's just you're in reactionary mode. And there has been a very recent thing where I was trying to articulate why I'm really going all over the place here. In that third mode that you were talking about, where everything is an abomination or whatever, that seems to be where like Bill Maher and Joe Rogan are at now. People who were initially either like progressive centrist type things on weed, prostitution, a lot of things that would be were not status quo things to advocate for, and maybe like libertarian third sort of outside the duopolist positions and sort of like social progressive stuff, whereas now they're sort of reconciling in or exhibiting more conservative traits on those things. And I think that there's a wide input that you get, and this speaks to also a lot of fears that conservatives have about society and like being canceled and peer pressuring into beliefs. I feel like there is a shame and shun mechanism that onboards us for novel, good political takes to have, that people become distanced from and less susceptible to as they get older. And that doesn't mean that there these new progressive positions are wrong. It's just that they are sort of browbeat into us while we're young, and then but the people who are older are not as susceptible to the ups and downs and the social shunnings as young people are, with the need to fit in, the need to have a social in group and whatever. I think older people are more insulated from that because they have security, houses, they have money in the city. You can't browbeat them. They're already beat down by life. You're not going to browbeat them by like fear of missing out or exclusion or social exclusion. They're like used to being shunned at that point, or whatever. So then there's less of a corrective mechanism for like someone like Joe Rogan, who's isolated. He has the wiggle room to be as recalcitrant as he wants and believes. You can't cancel him at this point. So the being insulated from the shunning prevents him from uptaking the new views, which are as arbitrarily valid as anything that he would be ensconced and double down on, i.e., like trans identity or something like that. What do you think about that? What do you think about that broadly? Which is something I'm working on. I can't quite articulate what that is yet. I don't know if it's been better articulated by someone else before, but I do think that there is a thing there that, like, the social nature and the peer pressure nature of onboarding new political ideology that wanes in effectiveness as a person gets older.
I think that the same honing of political narratives is occurring on both sides. And so I don't know if that's necessarily the case, so much as old people at some point decide that they're no longer a part of the young people and are no longer trying to conform with the new ideas. Instead, they're trying to conform with a different set of values that they hold entirely. Oh, I have this thing that I'm trying to script for some edited content that I want to put together that kind of addresses this concept.
Yeah.
And I was talking with Beckett, who is has a master's degree in political science, about what exactly the left versus the right means. Like, these are abbreviations, and they are kind of an analogy for a thing, but like, what actually is that divide between the two things?
There's like 5 different metas. There's 5 different like layers of that. Yeah.
And he gave me his perspective on it from his academic sense. There are like so many different things. I wrote this like little thing that I was going to do for it. And again, I know that you know me as a radical centrist. It's actually a radical anti-centrist.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, this thing that I wrote. The left, to be progressive, is to want to make progress, to bring about some sort of a change to the world, to fix the problems of society, to bring about the new way that is going to be superior to the old way. Okay, the issue is that there's a lot of problems in society that have varying importance and urgency levels, and how do we determine which things are the things that we need to address first, and how exactly we should address them. And so we've got a lot of different directions that the progressive wing gets pulled into for each individual like issue, and then for each different way that they think that the issue should be solved. So like, there's a bunch of different branches off of the progressive tree, so to speak. Conservatism in the United States of America, typically, traditionally speaking, has been the idea that the great union that we have created and the foundations and the structures that we have built up to this point are so beautiful and fantastic that we don't want to make too dramatic of a change and upturn the apple cart, so to speak. We don't want to rock the boat. You don't want to change things too quickly. And so the Conservative Party has been a counterbalance that holds against the left to make sure that nothing is changed too radically or dramatically, and that we don't break anything along the way. But recently, there's been this shift that has happened in the Conservative Party where they've decided it's no longer good enough to keep things the way that they are now, but instead we have to make some radical new changes to bring about some new order that is more familiar to the way that things actually were 70, 80, 100 years ago.
300 years ago.
And so we're trying to go back to the way that things were by taking radical, new, progressive changes. And so there's a new radical progressive wing in the political arena in the United States of America. This is called MAGA. They are a very left-wing progressive movement that wants to bring about radical changes. Granted, they just want to go to a different place than a majority of the rest of the Progressive Party. I, however, am a conservative, a real conservative that loves the values of America, one of the greatest countries on earth. I want to preserve the way that America is now. That's why I vote for the conservative candidate. That's how I voted in 2020, and that's how I'll be voting in 2024. So join with me and the rest of the rhinos in voting for the real conservative, Joe Biden, and fight off the communists.
I would say that's true, except that that is a not bad characterization, and you happened upon some things that were correct there. I do think that the Democrats represent a classic conservative viewpoint. There's the classic conservative that they're upholding is uh, limited democratic republics and the sanctity of the checks and balances, and sort of like there is a vein of, if you read discourses during the French Revolution of people articulating why it was so important for the ancient regime to exist, they're going to sound like establishment institutional democrats now. In the same way, they talk about the rigid structures and the checks and balances of the Constitution as formed by these profound, these the wisdom of these great men that came from before, and that we need to adhere to these things. There is a classic conservative trope that Democrats are appealing to in the institutionalism, and that there is a baby in the bathwater effect. I think that that is very, very true. I would not say that the left right progressive versus conservative spectrum is where people are left because of their idea to change, or that any change is progressive, like therefore the so that for any alteration from whatever would make you a progressive. I would not necessarily say that's the case. I do agree with another germ of what you're saying there, that the conservatives who used to reconcile themselves as like progressives in slow motion, right, sort of like a cooling mechanism to stop the passions of this frenetic, very idealistically fucking hyperactive youth who have all this potentiality, but like who's maybe have not thought out all the systemic consequences of these actions. So like the conservatives see themselves as like the Senate, like they're effectively the Senate of the fucking of the duopoly, where ideas go to die, and if they're
Right.
energetic enough to pump get out of the phantom zone that is the conservative end of the pool, then they're allowed to exist and can be legislated out. And I do think that it's true that that is sort of going away. And now, whereas you might have, it might have been better to reconcile American politics from one of the axes that you could reconcile American politics in the on the left right way is progressivism versus conservatism,
Hmm.
whereas now I would say progressive versus regressive. I
Right.
think that is kind of true, and where the middle is the status quo, the right is them wanting to regress to like the Vatican controlling stuff, or like some sort of like feudalism or something, which seems to be I think that is very interesting that the right wing parties that have a lot of like Groypers are overtly Christian, theological, Christian nationalists, and authoritarian. That was basically a dead meme, right? That would be very anti-pop. That would be very, I don't want to say like heretical for like a classic conservative American. You'd get laughed out of the assembly hall for saying you want a king or you wanted a religious theocracy or something like that. But now that's a whole vein. That is the most energetic part of the conservative movement now from the youth is the theocrats, like Nick Fuentes and others. So I think that's a very interesting development. And also, I'm reminded when we're talking about this, like there's more democracy, there's more countries that fell out of democracy lately than went into them. So America is at the precipice of a very weird movement, or at a very weird inflection point in our history where I think almost anything is possible at this point. Uh, so yeah. So what do you think? What do you think about that, Ari? And I just want to say that also there's a lot of different left rights, and I don't hate the I don't know, what would you call that, a bit? What would you call that about
My thing that I
Joe?
did, yeah, it's a
Yeah,
bit. It's
it's a
definitely a bit.
yeah, but I think it articulates. I think the purpose of that is to articulate the sort of the bad way we reconcile the left right spectrum in America, and how it's not the greatest or the greatest allegory, or what would you call it, system to gauge the political spectrum, the meter
So
stick.
originally, I think that when I sat down to write that, I was trying to like point out the hypocrisy of the conservative people that I had been talking to,
Hmm.
between the things that they said that they were trying to accomplish versus what it seemed that they were trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
And then it kind of evolved and changed and became what it is now. It is kind of definitely a silly thing. It's not something that I would say, like, it is definitely like satirical. So it's
Yeah.
not something that I can say is reflective of actual reality. Um,
Hmm.
I feel like the political compass is a lot more diverse than left versus right. And
Yes.
communism versus capitalism is not the conversation that's really going on.
Yeah.
And I don't like the political compass being a square, by the way. I think that it should be a circle, because I think that there's
With
definitely a very bottom and a very top, um, so to
Well,
speak.
I think that there's an infinite amount of axes that you could place into it.
I don't disagree with that.
And I think that like the more axes that are there, the better it would be. And yeah, it's although if you had to put a gun to my head and name two virtues, like two with like two axes or two spectrums with which to place people, with where it was, like authoritarian versus libertarian, or just how much justifiable hierarchy should there be, and then economic, like how much wealth consolidation should you allow to exist versus haves and have nots. If you want to put two things on there, it's like I think those are pretty, those elucidate, you can map a lot of ideology on those two. Those are two good ones. You could probably come up with I think that Jonathan Haidt has like five or so that he does. Any extra implementation on there, like if you look at the political values test, there's like seven core. There's like secular versus religious. There's other components on there too, which like each one creates a lot more capability to describe things. But even just left right in general, I've seen it described, and we use them all conversationally. So, like, number one, left right is just Democrat Republican, which is faulty because there's other parties than Democrats and Republicans. So it's not even in the duopoly sense. People talk about left right as Democrat policies, Republican policies. The people talk about left right as conservative or conservative and liberal. I don't think that's great because we're talking about liberalism as the spectrum anyway. So I like it progressive versus conservative. I like those versus conservative and liberal, because otherwise you're just like, it necessitates a conversation about what
Yeah,
liberal means. And
right.
I don't want to do that every time. So then there's that. And then there's also economical, right? For like sort of an objectivist capitalist take, where you think that like money, there should be minarchist feudalist money overlords versus a cashless moneyless society, or a stateless moneyless society, sort of like. So there's that sort of that left right spectrum. And then I forget, there's another one I'm probably forgetting, but I feel like there's a bunch of left right spectrums which are probably all could be individually in the circle, in the political the actual, which and plus a compass is circular anyways, right? What's that, skeuomorphism? In that form of skeuomorphism, there should be a circle anyways, because I feel like if you were going to design an icon around a compass, someone is going to do something with the central point and some lines and a circle anyways. So I feel like they miss an easy opportunity there. But yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree with you that I agree with what you said about Biden being the God dictator or whatever.
Yeah. No. So you're preaching to the choir on a lot of this because, like, uh, philosophically speaking, I agree with Taoism a lot in the concepts of finding balance and keeping everything into the center and looking at everything as being on a spectrum and having an opposite and trying to avoid extremism, which is a lot of the reason why I'm opposed to finding this passionate thing and then driving into a desire. Like, I've got a philosophical standpoint backing all that weird stuff up. So I am very apt to put everything onto an axis and then try to find where everyone is and then try to recommend everybody find the center of all of these things and acknowledge that there needs to be some sort of order, but we also need to maintain some sort of personal, like, liberty, independence, freedom, independent sovereignty, so to speak, and there's a balance that needs to be maintained. And
Yeah.
again, people need to have the ability and the right to, like, strive to attain and earn and create things, but conversely, we need to ensure that, like, we're not creating such disparity that, like, people are starving to death while other people are walking around in, like, skin made from, like, the leather of baby slaves that they've purchased.
You have a diamond suit or something.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Whatever. Freaking opulence.
Some conspicuous consumerist purchase.
Yeah, there are a lot of different spectrums that things need to exist on. One of the original ideas that brought me into the Twitch politics space was this word polysemy, and the idea that most of the topics that people are arguing about are misunderstandings or disagreements about the 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 terms of the situation that we're arguing about. I feel like this whole Roe v. Wade thing that we've been arguing about recently has been a polysemic nightmare, so to speak. That folks cannot agree necessarily about what the definitions to these words are and what they mean when they use these words. Like nobody, like, if I say the word murder, this person murdered that person. Like, I could mean so many different things with the use of that word that
Yeah.
I don't want to say that it's a pointless word, because it's in the right context, and once we establish what I actually mean by, oh yeah, someone got murdered the other day, we can use the word effectively, but I could have been at a roast. It could be talking about a joke. We could be talking about an actual freaking situation, or we could have been talking about, like, 12 steps removed, like, oh, because this person was denied free healthcare, universal healthcare, and they experienced, an accident and didn't have health insurance, the state murdered them. Like, okay, like, how
The
much?
same thing.
Yeah,
Same thing could be said of life, right? Is specifically
precisely.
murder and life are two different things. You could be talking about the sum total of a person's lived experiences as a life. You could be talking about, from hypothetically, when the sperm hit the egg and there was some discrete DNA that manifested, and or if you're religious, you could be talking about, like, when you imagine that there's a spirit that becomes enshrined in a corporeal shell or something. Like, there's a bunch of different things that, like, different a bunch of different things that people think of when they talk about life. And there was a sort of fucking futility and a frustrating nature of trying to relitigate and reparse these terms every time you converse about a thing. So I don't know. I agree that the problem with politics is that in English there's too many synonyms. There's too many alternative definitions. Like, so instead of, like, having life being talking about, like, from a person in between when a person is born or when they die versus, the origination of a life or whatever, that there should be, maybe you throw an extra consonant at the end, like one's life and then one's life. Do you throw a little something on there, so that way we perfectly know which definition of life that they're using. That would
Yeah.
solve. I think we fixed it.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult. And this is why academic papers at the very beginning, they kind of have, like, this glossary, and they're like, okay, this is the definition of the terms that I'm going to be using throughout the course of this paper, and every time that I say this is actually what I mean, and here's kind of like the couple of paragraphs that are necessary to explain the nuance of this topic, so that I don't have to stop mid-sentence every time I say this for you to understand that I don't actually mean all men are the worst thing on earth. We're talking about toxic masculinity here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't agree that they aren't. Someone in chat here. So let's put you through your let's put you through your pacing. Let's throw a little stress test on somebody online here. Quote: I knew this guy didn't pass the vibe check. Anyone claiming centrist / conservative these days is a fucking fascist on a recruiting campaign. Somebody online, are you a fascist recruiting people?
So I try to talk to a lot of fascists, but I work in radical de-escalation techniques. I've worked with a number of nonprofit organizations, and I have de-radicalized a number of Nazis. But you have to talk to Nazis, and if you come into a situation where you're talking to a Nazi saying, well, I think that you're a fucking moron because I'm extremely on the left, X, Y, and Z, you're never going to get anywhere in your conversation with these individuals. But no, I am certainly by no means a fascist and have like actual concerns, like from an ethical standpoint, with the idea of trying to change someone's mind because I don't think that I think that it is terribly presumptive of me to think that I have a better idea than what you do and that you should adopt my way of thinking because I know more than you, even if
So
I am more educated than you.
You don't think fascism is bad?
I don't know what fascism is.
Fascism is populist ultranationalism, usually with a palingenetic mythic core.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like any fun.
Okay, so there we go. So there you go. We definitionally he does not vibe with fascism. One of the things that brought me into the space is my handler. They also make me wear this clown costume. Wait, did you say one of the things that brought you into the space? And then
I did. They are riffing on that, and
Yeah.
man, I can appreciate that. I get a lot of noise about the bow tie, and I just like
Can
my
I just
hat.
say that I think it's nice. I think it's nice.
I would normally be wearing my tweed, but again, it's a lot hotter here than where I used to live. In the Pacific Northwest, it was cold. I had to wear my coat all the time. Living here in the South now, man, I'm not paying for air conditioning.
Yeah, I generally like your aesthetic. I think it's different. I think you're coming from a unique place. I think it's useful in the space, and I think that I don't know how to describe you. There's a futility in describing you. I like the background. I like the background. I like the I like your garb. I like the uniform. I like the hat. I like the shades. The shades add a little bit of mystery there.
So originally, I was thinking of dressing as a Taoist monk and coming on and doing political panels dressed as a Taoist monk. But then I realized that I wouldn't be doing a lot of talking, and people weren't very like hip with the like take it easy and slow down and explain yourself a little bit more clearly take. And so I had to lean into the cowboy adventure Indiana Jones aesthetic more. So we went down that route.
Yeah.
I've got some advanced cyber technological changes coming in the near future. Fingers crossed, I hope, for my background. I'm hoping to invent, I think they call it green screen technology. And then I'm going to be walking around inside of a living, moving type environment of some sort. But I don't understand how any of these things work.
Are you consulting with Rhizome about that?
No, not in particular. I have a number of producers that I do work in the background, but that would be a very talented individual to interact with on the subject. I need to chat with them at some point.
Yeah. Paint one of the walls green or blue, and then use that as a chroma key, dial it in, and then get you an Unreal Engine to construct a little background for you, which can also act as, instead of Streamlabs, you can use Unreal Engine to do custom alerts, custom implementation, sort of like graphic data visualizations on screen and stuff like that. So yeah, I try to like in message, I'm like, tell me exactly how you do this, and you sort of like, I think it was a lot. And I think it's something that the knowledge person is rewarded with by tinkering with it a lot, and there's sort of a reticence to just give away the ghost to somebody, just a random onlooker. Okay, so I like what we did here. What do I do, somebody online, if I encounter somebody in my day-to-day life? This motherfucker's scared to address it. I have a conspiracist there. This motherfucker thinks that every Democrat is a pedophilic, blood-sucking, child trafficking, Satan worshiper. How do I should I even try to disabuse them of that notion?
So you have encountered someone and they think that every single Democrat, like, I would have to like get with them and really start to understand who exactly they're talking about. And usually you're going
The
to,
Democrats,
yeah, but
just the Democrats.
typically they're not going to be talking about the Democrat voters, especially when you start pointing out that you're a Democrat. They're going to otherize. They're always talking about the other, and it's a very personal thing.
The Democrats are baby killing, baby eating, Satan worshippers, and you're carrying water for them right now.
You realize that the QAnon conspiracy is the anti-Semitism conspiracy, right?
There are things that are true, but a conspiracist might say that the reason why those story beats keep coming up is that they're true, and that while it may not have been necessarily a Jewish thing, that there was ritual consumption of people done by people in power, whether it was done by certain marginalized groups in the past or Democrats right now. That's the constant, is that people constantly make these allegations, and where there's smoke, there's fire.
I tend to lean into the fact that we live in like the digital cyber age nowadays, where everything is on the internet and you can't stop information from getting leaked constantly by someone somewhere. And everybody seems to know just about everything. And we're not seeing people vanishing constantly. And I don't think that I see nearly enough evidence to show some of the leaps and assumptions that people are making. I think that, again, people are otherizing.
They covered it up.
Okay.
Oh my God, he admitted it. Okay, so there we go. So somebody online, he's been convinced of the bad.
Again, I will not engage with most of these people most of the time if they want to dive to. Maybe I'm just tired at the moment.
That plays such a. And it comes to me being in the space for a long time. Sometimes the people just say things and I just don't even engage. They're like, "Why didn't you?" That guy was talking about the Freemasons and this and this, and like, because I've had that conversation 100 times.
Precisely.
There's some things where you're just like, I have engaged with this in good faith so many times, and even if I thought that this person was open to actually having a lot of people just want to dump. They want to info dump about the thing that they just learned about, whether it's a conspiratorial trope or otherwise. They just want to get that out. They're not really wanting to have a two-way conversation, and they're not in a place where they're willing to listen to inputs that would ameliorate or walk back or mitigate or change or whatever. They're doxactically closed effectively, and they're not in a place where my inputs are going to do anything. All I'm doing is creating like a condition with which they can confabulate other reasons to continue to believe this thing. So it's like they're not even approaching whether knowingly or not, in a good faith way, and it's not going to go anywhere. And I don't get a lot of utility with reparsing the same argument over and over again, in the same way that, like, well, yeah, I don't think that the tenets of Christian faith are that tenable. I wouldn't sit there and actively seek out or even probably participate in a conversation on Reddit that I scrolled by. I would just choose not to engage with it in that point, and that is a problem. I think that people who are in these spaces have an unusual capacity, and the same thing I think is true of panel streamers. They have an unusual capacity to relitigate the same thing over and over and over again in an impassioned way.
So there is a cathartic release that people get from expressing these views that they have, and it is important that. So again, the way that I would engage with someone in good faith that was in these positions is radical empathy. because again, people feel like they need to express these things because they are not heard. They are not
Yeah.
allowed to tell anyone, and no one understands the things that they're trying to express. So you try to hear absolutely everything that they express to you, and a lot of times in saying it out loud, they end up amending the things that they are saying far enough to obfuscate it, and then you can get down to the bottom of trying to figure out why they feel the way that they feel. And again, it sort of becomes because the people that are saying these things, you and I both know that they are not right. We both know that they feel disadvantaged, taken advantage of in some way. They feel otherized, and so they, because they are otherized, they have a them, they have a they that they're able to create that is a figment of their imagination, that is their separation from the rest of humanity and from the rest of reality, to say, well, those people are doing this. And you need to try to get them to reconcile this issue that they have created within themselves that created this other group that is this problem for them, if that makes sense.
When you say that they will using radical empathy, did you just instruct your bird to quiet down?
I did.
Yeah. Do you think does your bird engage with you with in English like that? Does it take commands or instructions?
So I have two of them. This one is only about a year old now. He is not nearly as linguistically talented. My other
Hmm.
bird, I can actually have full on conversations with him. He can ask me to come out of his cage. He can tell me that he has to go poop. He can tell me that he wants a kiss. I can ask him to come here. He will, yeah, we can negotiate on whether or not he can come out and whether or not he gets treats and all sorts of different things.
Wow.
Yeah, he knows a lot of
And
tricks too. They're smart guys.
hmm. Would you, I don't know if there's like a I don't know if there's a hierarchy of bird intelligences, but where do they rank like with the corvids, or I don't know if the like the magpie, blackbird, aren't
Yeah,
they
I've
supposed to be
heard
very
that
smart?
corvids are smarter than parrots, and that usually has to do with the cooperative teamwork aspect of the
Hmm.
fact that they seem to communicate more with one another and to work together to accomplish things more.
Yeah.
Parrots seem to, and parrotlets seem to have more dexterity with both their beaks and with their feet because they're zygodactyl. Whereas, so they're more capable of doing things like tool use, but crows seem to have that social aspect that primates seem to, that seems to say that they're going to be able to take the step, evolutionarily speaking, sooner.
That's very interesting. So a parrot might be a better tool user, but crows have the crowd think.
Correct.
They have the wisdom of the crowd.
Yeah, they work together. They seem to communicate with one another more the way that primates seem to.
Yeah.
They do use tools, they make complex plans. They seem to acknowledge and participate social with creatures from other species. Um, so they are right up there with parrots, but parrots, again, they do have better tool use capabilities. And they seem to exert extremely high, like, personal intelligence.
When you said you would use a modal of radical empathy,
Yes.
is that its own dialogue tree akin to street epistemology? Because I think that if I one recalls correctly, I believe I heard Destiny said that over in the last year he's been trying to use radical empathy, or I maybe not radical empathy like parenthetically or in quotes. Like I don't know if he said it like that, or if I'm now that I'm I'm confabulating a memory of him having said that, having heard you say it, but I think it was something empathy, or maybe maybe he said extreme empathy, that he was trying to do extreme empathy and trying to in to undergird his conversations with people lately. Is that like a movement? Is that akin to street epistemology? What is that?
Yeah, there's a variety of code words and secret memes that go around, and I've dropped a number of them, like polysemy and orthogonal and street epistemology and rhetorical and different words that people from different communities latch on to and attach to differently. And radical empathy is something that has been bouncing around, the oratory field relatively recently. Destiny is one of the individuals that uses it. I don't know if he's the originator of the concept, but yeah, it is an anti-extremism technique. And again, it's part of this concept that deplatforming is inherently very harmful to society, because it creates a sense that people are not allowed to speak, and then they lock themselves away with their extreme feelings until they do something drastic and radical, like some of these fantastic events that we've seen throughout the United States recently. Big
Kickflip?
for sarcasm.
Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah. Anyway, extremism is a bad thing. People revert to extreme measures when they feel extremely isolated and like they can't express themselves, like nobody is understanding the things that they're saying. And we need to try to come to understanding, try to view ourselves all as a whole, and we need to give these people a place where they can feel heard. And then once they feel heard, they're going to be more willing to hear why people don't understand. Like, I very rarely come across
they won't be as
people
defensive, right? And they'll be
precisely.
more amenable once you address like I look, I don't know how
You're
valid it is,
building
but
rapport.
I hear your concerns. And then like there is conspiracism and everything else, there's they're coming from a place of pain, right? They feel their anxiety or fear or something is making them do that. Whether I would, I'm a Marxist, I think that most stuff is economical, and like I give endless capacity to people, or I give endless utility to people's capability of just being calm. If you keep them fat and entertained, I think that most of that will solve most people's issue. It may cause other issues, but like the implementation of economic anxieties will make people do crazy shit. It'll like you get bank heists, you get murder, you get like street crime, you get everything. If people are like economically oppressed, but I think that's one of the major things that, and there's other cultural things. People feel passed over, marginalized. They feel like whole regions of the U.S. are like allowing to rust, deteriorate, and that everyone's like moving to cities and away from them. And they feel this ennui about the future and this anxiety and whatever. And I think that like in one sense, just listening to them and affirming that is a good place to, like you said, build rapport and allow and show them that at least you see them as valid and not just someone to argue with for content. And I feel like that's a capability too. Like they're very aware of being tokenized in the space and not being taken seriously, and then that gets them into this very defensive
Another
place.
thing that it does, if you do not give people that you disagree with the respect of listening to their concerns, like non-judgmentally and like uh, uh, in good faith, so to speak, it opens you up to things like the 2016 election, where all of a sudden, what the hell, where did all of this come from? And like, if you were out there listening to these people, like, it was there the entire time. It's just they weren't allowed to say it. And so we kind of created our own worst enemy, so to speak, by telling people you can't really express these ideas publicly, and now you don't know what anyone is thinking half the time or how radical their thoughts might be.
There there is a certain spectrum of beliefs that don't fit into a liberal society. And irrespective of our capacity to reparse why they don't, wouldn't isn't there some element of them they would always feel marginalized irrespective of that because their views are an anachronism, right? Or their views do not fit into the ideals and virtues and values of a pluralistic liberal democracy. And therefore it's the views themselves that isolate them and not necessarily their inability to express them, because it's the expression of those views that otherize them.
I feel like everybody has the potential to feel otherized and marginalized, um, regardless of your political affiliation. And when you feel otherized and then you continue to isolate and then you feel some innate self righteousness to take dramatic action or radical action um, based on your own like perceived injustices, um, like that's dangerous regardless of where you're coming from inherently. And so yeah, again, we need to like I can't say that this is something that just happens on the right only. It is something that is much more dangerous when it is happening on the right, and that's the kind that I don't like. But it is something that is dangerous when it happens on the left as well. And like
Yeah.
all of these people like need to go to therapy so that they don't feel like they are victims, so that they don't feel like they are otherized. People are made into victims all the time. People, bad things happen to people all the time, and it creates like serious disadvantages. And like part of it is a mental thing that happens to people. There are like real world consequences of things that happen to people too, and we need to help people to try to get through the real world issues of these things. But as far as like the mental aspects, like when someone makes themselves into a victim, like they like are making everything they are basing everything on this one particular aspect, and it kind of shapes their entire worldview after that, and it's inherently kind of dangerous.
So destiny does radical empathy, and that is supposed to, who does that help? Does that help? Because I feel like there's not a lot of white supremacists who are listening to destiny, but the argument would be that destiny puts someone on the platform and that person is isolated, extreme, or whatever. And number one, therapeutically, talking to someone and being heard, being able to articulate, elucidate themselves, express themselves, gave them some utility in a good faith fashion, allow them to be seen, feel, and it increased their capability of engaging with people and society. Right, so they became one iota less isolated through the act of expressing themselves and whatever. Okay. So I agree that there's like there's rapport, and that rapport extends itself to their ability to uh, comport themselves to society, right? There's a mutual thing that's happening there. But how does that then syndicate, how does that broadcast itself, or how does that replicate itself down the chain? Isn't that just a beneficial thing for the person who destiny interviewed individually, especially if people aren't who have those shared views aren't necessarily going to hear it because they're listening to the white supremacist guy, not destiny necessarily. There
So
it's not like, because people imagine the scenarios that there's going to be a perfect meeting of the audiences and like 50-50 is, and it's not. If destiny, let's say hypothetically, talks to someone, the audience might be 5% people who follow that guy and 95% destiny heads or Daliban or DGGers or something like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And,
I feel like I can strip away radical empathy portion of it, though, and we can just say, okay, so Destiny is talking or arguing with this person that is in the other from the other side,
Yeah.
and okay, the only people that are taking advantage of this conversation, or the only people that are witnessing this, is Destiny's audience.
Yeah.
And so, what's the point of him even talking to these people? But you got to remember, a lot of the times when Destiny is talking to these people, they're not just like some rando dude that has no following. Like, Destiny's big time streamy boy at this point. He's talking to Richard Spencer, and Richard Spencer's coming in with his frickin' 200,000 followers, and he's got a much larger audience than what Destiny does. So actually, technically, that dude's platforming Destiny and giving him like a big audience to show a bunch of
Well,
ridoids this radical empathy that, oh my gosh, Richard Spencer was finally able to express himself to the guy on the left, and then the guy on the left actually made some points, and then Richard Spencer was like, huh, that made sense, and maybe I need to like think about this a little bit more. And then they go watch Richard Spencer again for the next couple of days, and maybe it affected Richard Spencer or not, but I don't know.
where does Richard Spencer have 200,000 followers?
Fuck if I know. I don't even know if Destiny ever even talked to Richard Spencer.
I don't think.
I was speaking extremely hypothetically, but
I don't think that there is a fringe figure that is that big, to be honest. Like, maybe you could say Lauren Southern, and even then, she probably gets less views than Destiny. They're all smaller than Destiny.
I don't
Destiny's
know.
a
How
very
big,
large streamer.
How many concurrences is the Mr. Destiny getting? How
Like 3,000-4,000.
Yeah, but like I okay, Destiny would talk to the Steven Crowders, and I know that the Steven Crowders are bigger than Destiny and the
I don't
Bench
know
of Heroes.
I don't know if
and
that's
the,
live though. Is that live?
I don't.
It's a unique position because other than like in the political space, Destiny's definitely in the top like 5. It's Hassan's bigger than him, and so Hassan gets 30. I don't even know if yeah, maybe Tim Pool. Tim Pool might be a bigger streamer than Destiny, but even then, I don't even know if I'm not even sure if Steven Crowder actually live streams or not. I don't know if it's a pre-recorded thing. I actually don't know enough about that space. I should look into that because I'm not even sure. But my point is this: yes, that may be true hypothetically if someone is bigger than Destiny and Destiny talks to them. Yeah, but I think my broader point was this that I was breadcrumbing to is there is a futility, or there is a not futility. I keep going. That's my word of the day. There is a I don't know how scalable some of these things are. Like Daryl Davis. Liberals love talking about Daryl Davis, the guy who personally goes and befriends
Yeah, I
KKK
know him
members
very
one at a
well.
time. Yeah. People love talking about Daryl Davis. It's like, that's fine. That is not doing a single fucking thing for the broad problem that is white identitarian and white nationalism. Daryl Davis cannot personally go and meet every white identitarian, white nationalist, and the people who might, they are not watching Bill Maher. They're not watching Vice. They are not looking at navel gazing, self-appreciation media, extolling the virtues of liberalism.
I
They
understand what you're saying. Okay, I have another friend of mine that works in anti-extremism, and
Yeah.
their nonprofit organization that they run doesn't even go and talk to anyone.
based.
What they do is they sit and they wait for people that are trying to get out of these groups, and they're like a hotline kind of thing where they give people a place to come and talk and go to like focus groups or what is the support groups for people that have left these extremist organizations. And
They have
kind
that for
of,
like the Catholic Church, right? The priests or whatever. Like if they want to leave, they give you a place to talk to, and I forget the atheists have it for like the priest network, effectively.
yeah, it's like a place where you can go and make friends and go and have a barbecue and be able to like tell your like extremely racist jokes and have the people be like, yeah, but that's pretty fucked up because the fucked up shit, and they're like, yeah, the fucked up shit. and
Yeah.
whatever the hell it is that they all do over there when they're doing that shit. And
The fucked up stuff.
we all do our own ways of dealing with the extremists. I would say that the radical empathy is beneficial to Destiny himself in those regards, because he's in a debate style conversation with this individual, and
Yeah.
it gives him an opportunity to try to get through the conversation with this person that they're struggling with. I feel like it's beneficial to the people in the audience, because these people can go home to their parents who are QAnoner fathers, theoretically speaking, and use these same tools to have these same kind of conversations, and hopefully theoretically move the needle in some way. And
Yeah.
it may or may not be beneficial. I don't necessarily know. I'm not going to say. I think that these people have the right to watch whatever content that they want, and the market's going to choose that they like to watch Destiny, have these kind of conversations with these radical people. And I think the best technique to be able to move people is going to be the best technique to use.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. That there is, and I think by and large, if you're using radical empathy and addressing the underlying and valid concerns, whether the basis of those concerns, the fact that they have those concerns being valid, right? Like it's valid that you feel anxiety, it's valid that you feel fear. We may not agree as to the fucking the how valid your reasoning for feeling those things are, you know what I mean? But I understand as a human you feel these. But with that dialectic and addressing those things from a position of radical belief, the answers that you would give, Destiny would have, creating an oppositional or a response narrative to those things. I think if you use a modal like extreme radical empathy or whatever, the main utility that people get from those arguments, those debates, is the points that Destiny makes that they can then squirrel away and repeat in interpersonal conversations, like with their parents or something like that. So if you're coming from an empathetical, and how do you conjugate empathy? Do you say empathetical or empathic?
Empathic.
Okay, so if you're coming from an empathic place, if you're coming from an
Empathetic?
empathetic, maybe, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know
That's more.
either. I'm
I
not going to play
struggle with
that
that
game.
one. Yeah,
Empathic, I think, is inferring that you're psychic, and I don't want to.
yeah,
So we're not
yeah,
going to play that at all.
yeah.
Empathetic.
Empathetic. That's usually what I land on. Empathetic. So if you're coming from an empathetic place or using an empathetic dialectic to reach these things, the good strat arguments that is inevitably going to be repeated by the monkey see monkey do streamer watcher dynamic, you're positioning people to have arguments that scale to a lot of people who are disaffected or feel marginalized later on, and therefore there may be downstream implications and more empathetic dialectics that get reached, because the arguments that are being procured and regurgitated verbatim effectively from Destiny are of a more empathic nature or empathetic nature. So I think that might be a good downstream implication.
Yeah, I
In
don't
the same way
disagree.
yeah. Empathic is a superpower. I think we mean, yeah. Chat's parsing through that same thing. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
I think.
appreciate that.
Okay, well, I think that's it. So we've done it. We've done 3.5 hours, almost 3 hours plus. Is there anything else? What I've gleaned from this conversation is this: street epistemology is not useful whatsoever for engaging with conspiracy theorists, and that if you're going to talk with people with fanatical, radical beliefs, that come listening and conversing in good faith with a radical empathy is more effective.
Yeah, I think that we need to acknowledge that when we encounter someone that has some crazy out there worldview, it's usually more a reference on the fact that they're crazy and that they need some sort of help in that regard. And so we need to use more therapeutic tools, and we need to look at how a therapist may help someone that is having a hard time being connected with reality. And we need to encourage people to do things that are good for them, like go outside and touch the grass and maybe join a football team.
Yeah, and that for other people in the world, we mean good football, not like soccer. I wouldn't personally advise that anybody ever play soccer.
See, I like to say football because then it doesn't matter where people are watching me from. They know what I mean. It's something to do with the grass outside and touching it.
A radical centrist take, huh?
Precisely, precisely. I got to be internationally marketable. I'm a real American.
Unless you're abroad and then you're Canadian.
Precisely, precisely. I only appear to be an American to people that aren't nuanced enough to understand the fact that I'm not an American. Why would you even think that? This is an American flag behind me. You guys are ridiculous.
That's some sort of flag. Look, wait, do you actually have an American flag back there? Look, irrespective of that, what is the one if you had to challenge me on one take I have that you think is particularly epistemologically crippled, what would that be? What's the one thing that you'd be like, man, this motherfucker's just go he goes full he's this motherfucker's full on wrong about this. What's that one thing?
Frankly, Mythic, I try very hard to not infer too much about what people believe unless I hear them say a direct thing, and then I don't hold on to these things for very long. I let them pass by me. So you'd have to like throw a bunch of things at me and then have me be like, no, that's wrong. But I did
Yeah.
feel like you were trying to argue for some sort of an objective truth throughout the course
Yeah.
of this conversation. And I think that objective truthers are probably the worst kind of people in all of reality. And if I had my way, I tell you what, I would correct them on their misconceptions about,
Yeah.
oh, wait a minute, I forgot subjective reality. You're right. You have the right to be wrong about, wait, you might be right. God damn it, I'm falling in my rabbit hole again.
Wait, but do you actually
I have
I
a
can
thing
tell.
against people with objective truth. Yeah, I run
Yeah.
into an issue with those people.
But do you find a people that believe in an objective truth, but then don't understand that human is an imperfect vessel for understanding that, or the fact that they believe that somewhere above a human's ability to reconcile it, there is a baseline shape and nature of the universe that we may never get to, and that we have a different personal spin on it based on the the confluence of various
I think
life
that
inputs.
I think that due to the nature of polysemy and the way that we form our own worldviews based upon the way that we have received information and like understand things, and the fact that we kind of create our own reality by experiencing it, there is no definitive way to like ever say that anything or anyone, I should say, is right or wrong about a thing. And by saying that there is a correct take on anything is inherently otherizing and means that you are creating an outgroup that is wrong and dumb and stupid. And in my opinion, there is some other understanding or aspect or prioritization that they are putting things onto. So most of the issue I run into with white supremacists is I don't know what white people are.
Right.
And that's the same issue that I ran into with Maudi again, by as a matter of fact. I don't know what black people are either, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Um, I feel like reparsing all the same stuff again because okay, we know objectively that the Earth isn't flat, especially okay. So that's the thing. It's a flattening. You don't like it. There's a flattening of knowledge, or there's a flattening of a take. Like for instance, there you might argue very well that there are sections of the Earth which maybe appear very flat. Right, they may only be this big or whatever, but there's some very very flat places on the Earth or whatever. There's always something where there is I don't know, I keep saying dialectic, but there is a delusian potentiality that occurs between two differences of opinion or two stated facts where there's a compromise position from those two things that is a better reconciliation of reality, and then from any other, in the same thing where there's multiple iterations in between 2 points, like there's infinite fractions between 1 and 0, right? In that same way, there's an infinite potentiality for a more better discrete take, but which is not to say that by and large there is some utility sometimes to cleanly saying this is the number one, even though when in reality it might be 1.0017000001999 whatever. That you can drill down into as much accuracy as you can want, but by and large, there's a cutoff utility that you get to that, and for most everyday purposes, things being concisely stated as being the number one or number two has a lot of walk around utility, and that should be appreciated objectively.
Yeah, again, now that we've gotten to this point, you have a much more nuanced take, and I don't necessarily disagree that there is a lot of utility in like being able to come to some common shared understanding or approximation of like terminology so that we can get around doing business. But I think that if we are so reductive as to say, no, it's just one, that we have inherently done ourselves some like immense disservice and are in fact lying to ourselves.
I agree.
Well, then I agree with you as well. I have no takes where I disagree with you on Mythic. We are the same person at the end of the day.
Is this the Bohmian dialogue at work?
We may have achieved it in that particular regard. Again, we have not like sat and shared information back and forth long enough. I'm sure we could sit here all night long and throw different ideas back and forth at one another, and then you could disagree with me and I could disagree with you, and we could come to some sort of a shared understanding. And as long as we don't revert to you're stupid at some point, we're going to be able to continue to achieve the Bohmian dialogue effect. The issue becomes when we add person 3, person 4, or person 12 to the conversation. Maintaining the mutual understanding is difficult.
I think Bohm was probably a linguist supremacist, and that he did not. I think that from what I'm hearing here is a failure to reconcile and appreciate a lot of body language and nonverbal communication.
Bohmian dialogue included nonverbal communication. It was about sharing and understanding with the conversational participants. It's not necessarily like a specification on any language. Like, we can talk about rape like entirely from a linguist or a linguistic and a I don't know if I can say the R word on YouTube. I forgot.
I think you can.
Fuck if I know. We can talk about all of these things from like a literary sense, or from a plagiaristic sense, or from a financial sense, and have nothing to do with like sexual conduct. But then if someone else hears us using this word in this context, they could come in and they could say, no, that's not what that is at all. Like, you haven't talked about a penis once.
So is polysemy, is that an aspect of the Bohmian
So polysemy is like completely separate from like Bohmian dialogue. It's
what you just effectively said is that, right? It's the idea that we would all have a different internal idea of that word that you use in the context, right? We may have different. Isn't that the basis of polysemy?
So polysemy is the word of the year for 2022. My word of the year for 2022. For those of you that aren't aware, go on Google, search it. Polysemy. Polysemy. It is the idea that one word has multiple definitions to multiple different people at the same time, or sometimes different definitions to the same person at different times, or sometimes different definitions to the same person at the same time. And there's a lot of different ways that we can use these words in different places. And when we are having a Bohm conversation, you understand what I mean by the thingamajig. We don't have to call up Merriam-Webster and have her write thingamajig in the different dictionary and use the word that Mythic and I have come up with in the course of our conversation.
I was just memeing about Bohm not listening to verbal communication, but apparently I was 100% wrong about that, and I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really know anything too much about Dr. David Bohm. I've read a lot of his stuff on the concept, and then I've read a lot of other things on the concept, and I've added a lot of my own stuff to it. And I almost feel like I shouldn't be using Dr. Bohm's illustrious name on my abomination of his work that I have been creating. Because frankly, it's a buddy-in dialogue, and we do this on the Somebody Online channel, and it is my own thing. But then again, I feel like I'm supposed to pay some sort of cultural homage, and I'd hate to culturally appropriate Bohm dialogues away from Bohm. But man, oh man, ethics is a funny game when we start thinking about it.
What ethnicity was Bohm? Are you allowed to appropriate him without censure or penalty?
I'm not sure. Bohm, B-O-H-M. What ethnicity would you say that last name is?
German?
So his father must have been. I'm not sure about his mother.
Maybe there's some salacious, maybe some intrigue. Maybe his father is not who he thinks.
I'm not sure. He looked like a generally lighter skinned individual from what I could tell, but again, I'm not sure. Camera quality.
Is that why you favor this theory?
No, I really liked that he spoke with the Dalai Lama, and I was introduced to it. Let's see: Street Epistemology, Radical Anti-Centrism, Bohmian Dialogue, then Cree Dialogue Without Pronouns, and then Polesemy.
Isn't there a difference between the Dalai Lama and the Pension Lama? What is that? Which one's a fascist?
So I don't know who the Pension Lama is. I know that there's the Dalai Lama and there's the Suri Lama. And
Pension Lama is Pension is the Talku of the Gelug school of Tibetan Buddhism. Pension Lama is one of the most important figures in the Gelug tradition. What the fuck is it? So there's some we have in the Western world. Isn't this like a trope that we ascribe political authority to the Dalai Lama, and it should be the Pension Lama, or that he is a Chinese interloper? He is a Chinese interloper, and that he is taking power away. He's taking away the authority of the Pension Lama, which is another figure within Tibetan Buddhism, apparently.
Interesting. I'm not familiar with the Pension Lama. I know about the Dalai Lama and the Suri Lama, and one of them dies and then the other one is reincarnated, and it is the life goal of the one to find the other before he passes away, and then to train him and to raise him. And so it's kind of like the Avatar, where they have this alternating teaching learning practice, where there's always an old man and then a young child, and the old man is teaching the young child, and then the old man dies, and then the young child, as he gets older, finds another young child and starts teaching him, and it's this back and forth process. But now this
is the rule of two from the Sith,
right? But the younger one was identified in the 1950s or something, and then seized by the Chinese Communist Party, and hasn't been seen in public since then. And
I think that's the Pension Lama.
The Dalai Lama has declared that he's dead, and that he's the last Dalai Lama, and the reincarnation cycle is broken forever at this point.
Oh yeah. I don't fucking know. I don't know if it's a majority, like a sort of majority, or a junior senator, like when you're one of the younger senators from the state. I don't know if it's a dialectic like that, or I don't know if it's a dynamic like that. Traditionally, the Pension Lama is the head of the Tashahiapuno monastery and holds religious and secular power over the Sang region. Look, this so Tibetanism.
It's a separate sect. This individual is the monk of this particular monastery. The Dalai Lama is the patron saint of a different monastery that is more powerful on a regional scale, but in the religion that they're practicing in this monastery, that dude's in charge.
Look, all I know is they're both cronies. They're both cronies from and also they're also I affirm both conspiracism that number one is a capital or a communistic interloper, and that the other ones and that Western esotericists are also incorrect somehow. So I ascribe I hop on both conspiracy tropes at the same time.
I buy that. I buy
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Both are valid. Okay, fucker. So I appreciate you. So we've learned that street epistemology is useless for dealing with conspiracy theories. We all need to listen to Destiny and learn radical empathy, extreme empathy, and that we should follow some dummy online on Twitter, and somebody online on Twitch.
And
That is
on
what we have
YouTube.
learned.
I got my whole new YouTube channel now that I'm running. I'm live right now on YouTube, as a matter of fact. I got like 4 or 5 viewers. I'm trying to get 100 subscribers. I'm putting on my older content. I actually put a recent conversation I had with you and some person named Klepto up. And man, oh man, the community's been having a gas at trying to figure out who that interesting individual is.
Klepto is very very bizarre. He's a very yeah. Look, Klepto's a nice guy, and I appreciate him. That's what I'll say about that. What is your YouTube?
Oh, matter of fact, I'm somebody online on YouTube as well. I'm somebody online everywhere except for Twitter. That's where I say all my dumb stuff.
Okay, so we're sharing your links. Hopefully, everybody goes and follows you. All of the thousands of people watching this live in real time. Hopefully,
Yes.
they all go and follow you and like the video, hit the bell, subscribe and hit the bell for notifications and all that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you walking me through this as a philosophical dummy, somebody who doesn't know anything about anything in these worlds. I appreciate you taking the time to try to get through to me on this.
No, you're extremely well versed, Mythic. I mean, frankly, I've been looking forward to chatting with you about this for quite some time. I was excited about it. I've been telling people for days now, oh man, I'm going to go and chat with Mythic Politics about street epistemology and conspiracy theories and the crossover and the effectiveness of these tools for different things. And, it is difficult. I've been trying to, come up with a good way to deal with conspiracy theorists, just like yourself, for years now. And I don't know if we're ever really going to be able to crack that nut. Because crazy people gonna crazy, my guy. But you know what?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, Mythic. You keep crazying. I'm going to go crazy somewhere else, and I'll see you around. We're going to have another chat in the near future.
Looking forward to it. Have a good night.
Take care, friend. Bye now. All right, folks. That was a lot of fun. That was Mythic Politics. Again, we were sitting, chitting, and chatting about street epistemology, conspiracy theories, the effectiveness of these things, and all the rest of it. It was an interesting conversation. I want to thank you guys all for coming by. We're going to be back again tomorrow, but we're going to be on Twitch. So come and check me out over on Twitch, somebody online. Or, you know what? Hang out here. Hit the subscription thing down there. Go check out all of my other videos. I got a bunch of my older stuff on here right now. I'm editing my newer stuff to get it up here in the near future. But don't worry about it. It's all coming as a matter of time. So stay tuned, hit the bell thing, subscribe, pay attention for all the stuff since it's coming out relatively soon. I'm going to start making some edited content. I'm going to start playing with backgrounds. We're going to have all kinds of new and exciting things in the near future. You guys take a good care of yourself. I will see you all in the near future. But for now, have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care now.